Chapter 10:23. Since ancient times there had been a very famous cause of death in the world. It was called, "You know too much." Because there was always endless darkness in this ugly and real world, sanctimonious people hid their evil desires and dark actions under a bright appearance, not wanting outsiders to know. After all, if there was light, there would be darkness. This was common sense in the world. Since there was a secret that they wanted to keep, there would be people who would find out about it. Therefore, for various reasons, people who wanted to cover up their dark stories would make the people who found out about the secret shut their mouth. The most efficient and foolproof way was naturally to silence them. After all, the mouth of the dead was the most reliable. Many stories in this world would unfold around conspiracies and secret. The protagonist who accidentally found out about a shocking secret was driven by a sense of justice in his heart and was determined to disclose this secret. As a result, he was killed and chased by evil villains. After experiencing many difficulties, he finally revealed this secret to the world, revealed the true face of the villains, and averted a calamity. Stories like this had lasted for a long time and were loved and sung by people. This was probably the way it was. The protagonist who found out about a shocking secret would definitely try his best to keep the secret and avoid being chased by the villains. He would find companions and support that he could trust. Along the way, he might be betrayed, and most likely, he would fall in love. In short, the protagonist would definitely be a small character at the beginning. In order to protect the secret, he would run away in a panic. Along the way, he would receive a lot of help and growth. In the end, he would have a final confrontation with the villains. There was a problem here. If the protagonist who found out about a shocking secret had great power and a brain that was comparable to a black hole at the beginning, what would he do? Everyone in Tensei Province had already learned the answer to this question. He would run to some minor villains who were in an ambiguous position and spread the secret. Moreover, this secret was the top secret of the major villains, the kind that no one could know about. He would be killed, bastard. Not to mention spraining his back, even his prostate would be on fire. Just tonight, the officials of Tensei Province used their own experience to solve one of the top 10 mysteries of the Tianyuan War. How insidious is the military strategy of Commander of War, Jiaing? They understood the pain of the extraterrestrial sky demon. He didn't play according to common sense, but he could always hit you where it hurt the most. You would be surprised that there was such a thing in the world, and at the same time, you would have to endure the depression and sadness that you couldn't even cry out. Yet, Sun Lang was still speaking very frankly and asking for a beating. Everyone, although there are some misunderstandings between us, I feel that you should put aside your prejudice and discrimination against me and listen to me seriously. After all, you've all fought on Tianyuan battlefield. You've proved your courage and contributions with your meritorious deeds and blood. If possible, I really don't want to kill you. But in the blink of an eye, the words that were asking for a beating became the opposite. The Emperor is doing something very dangerous. This is not an exaggeration. Everyone, Qi Lianyan is only an ordinary person. How did he gain the recognition of the sacred sword overnight and become the sword master of the sacred sword with profound power and powerful martial arts? Ling Muli had clearly died in the great desolate mountain, so why was he possessed by the sword spirit of the Huda sacred sword? Other than that, Li Jing, you have been to Baiyue Castle. Do you know what happened to Baiyue before he died? He said sternly, "Let me tell you the reason behind this. Who wants to listen, you bastard?" Everyone wanted to cover their ears and shout, "I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear." Their faces were all pale, and their eyes kept changing. Talking about His Majesty was punishable by death. Moreover, it was such a life-threatening matter. Regardless of whether what Sun Lang said was true or false, it could not be taken seriously. But what to do, you bastard? Everyone flipped the table angrily in their hearts. If it had been someone else who came here to spout nonsense, everyone would have swarmed over and taken him down. They would have tied him up with cowhide ropes, cut out his tongue, and sent him to prison or buried him on the spot. The people of Tensei province would always be loyal. How could they allow a traitor to talk nonsense about the emperor here? This was truly a rebellion. However, they could not beat him. Even if everyone here swarmed him together, he could still dodge and escape with ease. As he escaped, he continued to mutter rebellious words. So, what should they do when they encountered such a situation? They could not beat him, nor could they scold him. They could not chase him away either. It seemed that they could only let this bastard babble on and on about his reactionary words. When they thought that this matter might reach His Majesty's ears, there was a burst of despair in everyone's hearts. "Don't look so sad. Voltaire once said that you can disagree with my point of view, but you must swear to defend my right to speak, right?" General Shunsei said earnestly, "I came here this time to turn enemies into friends. Really, I have already paid a lot of sincerity. I just came in through the front door and did not beat you up first. From this point of view, you have already profited greatly. I just want to tell you that the Emperor is doing something very dangerous. Every minister with a conscience must unite by my side." No matter how much they grumbled in their hearts, the think tanks of Tensei province all had the same thought. The most important thing now was to make Sun Lang shut his mouth and stop talking nonsense. Although it was very difficult, Zhang Sun Wuji said coldly, "General Shunsei, don't mislead people here. If you really care about the country, why don't you directly mention this matter in the imperial court and admonish the emperor?" Sun Lang angrily said, "This old man's heart is devoted to the country. I've already been killed once in the great desolate mountain. You want me to contribute to the country again with a pinch of your anus? You really have a big face." Zhang Sun Wuji was spat on by these vulgar words again, and was about to go crazy. His face turned red. "Dahuang Mountain? Why is the Dahuang Mountain? Why is it?" Sun Lang stared and said, "A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. I don't believe that you don't know what is going on in the Dahuang Mountain. And you people, if you can pat your conscience and say that nothing happened in the Dahuang Mountain, and that I, Sun Lang, have no regrets even if I die for the country, I will immediately turn around and leave." The little bit of aura that everyone had gathered with great difficulty dissipated again. They were all old soldiers of the Tianyuan Empire. Seeing the unparalleled commander of war, who had almost illuminated the entire Tianyuan Empire at the end of the Tianyuan Empire's Great War, who did not feel touched. Even Zhang Sun Wuji was speechless. Du Keming's eyes flickered. He was about to say something when he was stopped by Empress. General Tensei seemed to have calmed herself down and forced herself to be calm. Her eyes were calm, but her expression was solemn. She stared at Sun Lang, thinking about something. After a series of setbacks and blows, she was forced to retreat again and again. She had almost never gained the upper hand. Now, she was forced into a corner again. Even the Tensei province that she had been running on her own was showing signs of being divided. After witnessing everything, it was unknown whether this decisive and ruthless woman had any regret in her heart. "Probably not," she said calmly. "What do you want to do exactly?" "I've already answered once," Sun Lang said gently. "I want to divide you. I want to draw one group to my side and attack the other. I want to increase my friends and reduce my enemies." Empress stared at Sun Lang. "That sounds like your country's." Sun Lang made an emergency stop gesture. "Why do you mention such a trivial matter?" The Empress concubine said indifferently, "I remember everything you said." Sun Lang's face turned cold. "It's not appropriate to talk about that now." Empress stared at him for a long time and then nodded. "That's true." Her eyes were completely cold. As a daughter of the royal family, she had earned her dignity through sweat and struggle. She controlled her own life and fulfilled her own ambitions. That was the path that she had chosen for herself, and it had always been so. Since she had already made her choice, she had made the corresponding awareness. There was no weakness or hesitation. She said calmly, "There's a problem here." Sun Lang said politely, "Please speak. You want to draw my subordinates to your side. Do you want to deal with me?" Empress closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her eyes had already condensed into frost. She said coldly, "You were wronged in the matter of the Great Barren Mountain, and the Empire was only doing the right thing. His Majesty made a decision, and I followed it. It was for the country and not for personal grudges. I did it openly and with a clear conscience. This is politics, this is politics." She calmly looked at Sun Lang, even though the other party's gaze had instantly become abnormally sharp. The Empress concubine controlled her own tone, trying to be as calm and dignified as possible. "So, when mentioning the matter of the great desolate mountain, even though you will receive sympathy, there will be no objections. Even though my subordinates sympathize with you on a personal level, they will not question my decision, much less oppose me because of this." Sun Lang nodded. "That makes sense, then," Empress said casually. "I treat them as a national knight, and they treat me as a national knight. You want to draw them to your side to attack me? That's a bit of a dream." This was the time to show their loyalty. Before Sun Lang could speak, the officials of Tensei had already shouted righteously, "Dream on. We are loyal to your highness. We are unswerving. Our hearts will not change. Heaven can prove it. No matter how eloquent you are, we have already seen through your scheme. Sun Lang, you just want to murder the general. How can we let you do as you wish?" Sun Lang nodded. "I roughly understand. So, you seem to have misunderstood." Empress raised her good-looking eyebrows. Sun Lang laughed. "If I promise not to pursue your actions in the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain, are you willing to take your subordinates, accept my invitation, and join the ranks of the rebellion against the Emperor's government?" Not a single word of Sun Lang's could be trusted. The people of Tensei Province had already reached a consensus. However, Empress suddenly smiled, like a flower blooming in spring. She said, "Okay." Everyone was inexplicably surprised. Fang Qiao cried out involuntarily, "Your Highness!" Empress approached with a smile. Her tone was gentle, which was poles apart from her usual swift and decisive appearance. "But how can I believe your sincerity?" Sun Lang's smile remained unchanged. "What sincerity?" Empress said matter-of-factly, "You said that you promised not to pursue what I did in the Great Barren Mountain, but there is no evidence. How can I believe you?" Sun Lang blinked. "How about I make a written pledge?" Empress pursed her lips and said, "That's too vulgar." Sun Lang threw her a coquettish glance and said, "Then why don't you make a good one?" Empress giggled. Her eyes flashed, and even revealed an intoxicating charm. Everyone's hair stood on end. They suddenly felt goosebumps all over their bodies. How should they put it? The scene in front of them. Many people couldn't bear to look at it. Everyone present was either a veteran of the brothel or an old coachman who had 3 children. They really wanted to express their opinions and comments on the scene in front of them. "Then, the 2 generals, your performance is too stiff. It's obvious that you don't have any experience. Coquettish glances are not thrown like this. Veterans of the brothel also don't have this kind of expression." Seeing these 2 dragons and phoenixes with deep thoughts and extraordinary methods acting so pretentiously in such an awkward scene, there was no need to mention the awkwardness in everyone's hearts. However, these 2 didn't seem to have any idea in their hearts. General Tensei stepped forward gracefully. She was clearly a domineering woman with an extraordinary bearing, but she forced herself to put on the pitiful appearance of a delicate woman. She looked around and said softly, "I have something important to discuss with the general. Everyone, please withdraw first." Sun Lang objected with a smile. "That's not very good. It's late at night, a man and a woman alone. If this spread out, wouldn't it ruin my reputation for chastity?" "Pooh!" Everyone disdained in their hearts. They also felt that His Highness' appearance was not very decent. Did he want to use a honey trap? Although they had long heard of the reputation of Commander of War, the Virgin of Jinling, but to let their own general put down his status and feign civility with this guy, everyone was a man. They didn't feel comfortable in their hearts. Empress looked at him and said softly, "Tonight's matter, no one else knows. You and I have a mutual understanding. Why do we care about false reputation? Business is more important." Sun Lang's expression didn't change. Business naturally needs to be brainstormed. You have a lot of talents under your command, and you have an extraordinary comradeship with them. We are discussing the matter of forming an alliance. Why can't we let them participate? Although Empress was smiling, a light flashed in her eyes. Humph, this guy is making all kinds of excuses. He must have already guessed my plan, right? But if he refuses to talk to me alone, can he sit back and relax? Stop dreaming. I learned this from you, Sun Lang. This is an open conspiracy. She pretended to think, then smiled and said, "That's right. I was thinking too much. You are a sincere gentleman. We have a mutual understanding. Why do we need to discuss important matters? The matter of forming an alliance, the matter of making a promise, doesn't need to be written on paper. We gentlemen have an agreement. Once a word is spoken, it can't be taken back." She took a step forward and looked at Sun Lang. She stretched out her slender hand and said calmly, "Then let's be witnesses. I will form an alliance with you. Let's hit our palms to form an alliance. How about it?" In order to resolve the current crisis, Her Highness Empress was ready to risk everything. Chapter 1024. However, Sun Lang had already seen through everything. He was very familiar with Empress, just as Empress was very familiar with him. The current situation was equivalent to her being forced into a corner. The situation was a mess, and she couldn't play any of the cards in her hand. In the face of this disadvantage, there was only one way to break the situation. Flip the table. If the entire situation was turned upside down, it didn't matter whether the situation was broken or not. And flipping the table was also a skill. Sun Lang was a master at flipping tables, and he was also a master at using flipping tables as a deterrent trump card. He saw through Empress's thoughts and plans at a glance. She wanted to take the initiative to touch him. Because of the existence of the ultimate power, as long as it was touched, a terrible situation would occur. Sun Lang had used this method to force Empress several times, forcing the dignified Tensei general to flee in panic. Now, in another situation, Empress actually seized the opportunity. In this kind of situation, the great power of health had instead become a card in Empress Concubine's hand. Because the situation was very awkward, because the situation was very bad, because Sun Lang was very shameless, Empress suddenly became very strange under the influence of the mysterious power. Instead, it became the best way to flip the table and make the current chaotic situation unresolved. It had to be said that this was a very decisive approach. At a critical moment, she was decisive and had ideas. This was Her Highness Empress. Unfortunately, her idea had been seen through by Sun Lang. But Empress didn't seem to be worried about being seen through by Sun Lang. This was an open conspiracy. Just like before, when Sun Lang first broke into Tensei Province, he wanted to shake hands with Empress. Now, the Empress concubine had given Sun Lang the same problem. "Aren't you sincere? Aren't you going to join hands? Let's make an oath." That was probably it. Facing Empress's cold and somewhat proud eyes, Sun Lang smiled helplessly. She was still the same as before, a heartless woman. He knew Empress too well. Over the past 6 years, and under the extreme environment of the battlefield, many relationships developed at an extremely fast pace. This was because blood and death were everywhere, and the danger and pressure of a country being destroyed hung high above everyone's heads. In an unpredictable future, the barriers of the human heart were much thinner than imagined. For example, two people who didn't know each other yesterday had become life and death brothers after a great battle. On the other hand, they had 6 years. 6 years was enough time to forget the pain of the past, enough time to numb oneself, enough time to convince oneself, enough time for one to accept one's fate, enough time for one to fall in love with another. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. Everything was different in the end. Sun Lang's heart gradually calmed down. Empress slowly stretched out her jade-like hand. Her hand was beautiful and flawless. Obviously, it had been carefully maintained and cared for. It didn't even look like the hand of a warrior or a general. Instead, it looked more like the hand of a young lady who had been raised in her boudoir. But this was normal. The empire was founded on martial arts. Martial arts had prospered for hundreds of years, and countless inheritances had been created and perfected. Just as the development of science and technology fed the state machinery, capitalists, and the army, and then people began to serve the people. Martial arts were similar. When the ultimate pursuit of violence and killing martial arts was enough, smart people began to try to find another way. Martial arts was, after all, a self-improvement technique. Since it could make one stronger, jump higher, and grow stronger, it could also make one's skin whiter and smoother, aging slower and tighter down there. It was said that some of the less famous sects had such a secret method. The secret organizations of the royal family and some aristocratic families also had similar method. They selected some young girls who had good skin and flesh but not good martial arts aptitude and specially let them practice charming and body-nourishing martial art. These girls' martial arts aptitude was not good enough, so their martial arts achievements were extremely limited. But if they focused on practicing charming and body-nourishing martial arts, it would make their originally good skin more attractive, so that the person they served could obtain greater happiness. Human beings were such ugly creatures. They pursued happiness and squandered extravagantly. There was no end to it. Mortals couldn't even imagine what kind of happiness the powerful people enjoyed in their lives. Later, they even let the little boys practice body-nourishing martial arts and charming technique. Ashiba, you really know how to play. Sun Lang stared at the Empress concubine's slender and jade-like hands, lost in thought. As a happy youth, his thoughts were very divergent. General of Heavenly Strategies was a member of the imperial family, and she was also the favored daughter of the emperor. Naturally, she wouldn't cultivate any kind of seduction technique or body-shaping technique. Her small hands were so well maintained. It was definitely the result of the palace's rare secret medicine and secret health care techniques working together. At the thought of this, his imagination began to leap. He saw Empress's well-maintained, fair, and tender little hands, and thought of the beautiful and tight body hidden under the loose robe. Her natural beauty, coupled with the royal family's body-nourishing martial arts and rare medicine, as a virgin, he could not imagine the taste of enjoying this body. Then he continued to think. Thinking of Empress's beautiful and seductive body, he thought of the old emperor who wanted to take over the body. Yes, this was the way of thinking that a professional soldier should have. As a gentleman marshal who was known for not being close to women, Sun Lang always set his imagination on super serious things. The emperor wanted to live forever, so he set his sights on his own daughter. He gave the Heaven Origin blade to the Empress concubine, so he probably didn't have good intentions. This old man actually had his eyes on his own daughter's beautiful body. Then the question was, why did he choose Empress when he had so many sons? There were probably a few possibilities. First, the emperor was a pervert and even had gender recognition disorder. From a young age, he had a very hazy and shameful idea. He hated his own body, hated his little penis, and yearned for the white and soft bodies of the women in the palace. He wanted to become a big sister, he wanted to be fragrant, he wanted to be a cute girl. Dr. the Devil of the Earth Star Sex Changing Hospital showed him the way, and he was very happy. Second, the emperor was a pervert, and even had desires and thoughts for his daughter that he should not have. He had favored this daughter since she was a child, taught and cultivated her with all his heart, and watched her grow up. But as his daughter grew up, he went crazy every day, because he suddenly realized that he urged his daughter to study hard and practice martial arts diligently to make her better. In the end, he could only benefit a young boy who came out of nowhere. Teaching his daughter to be well educated and reasonable would make that kid feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. Teaching his daughter to learn martial arts would make that kid feel even better. More than 10 years of painstaking effort to raise and teach her, and in the end it was just so that a strange kid could better enjoy her. At the thought of things turning out like this, the emperor felt that he was wearing a green hat that was so green that it was turning black. And at this time, the ancestor of the Earth Family Psychological Consultation Hospital pointed out a clear path to him. If you are so worried, just be one with your daughter. Of course, there was a third, smaller possibility. That was, there were stricter conditions for possession. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry would not do. After weighing the pros and cons, Empress Tensei was the most suitable candidate, so the emperor made a decision. But he was still a pervert, and he actually wanted to possess his daughter. If he was not a pervert, what was he? However, no matter which possibility it was, one thing was certain. That was, the emperor was a pervert. No, this was secondary. The most important problem was that possession was not something that could be easily possessed. Just like after the Great Desolate Mountain, Bai Yue retired with injuries. As the emperor's secret experiment, he locked himself in the Bai castle and persisted for 2 years before he was finally defeated by Rushu. And before that, the emperor and the devil must have gained enough reference from Bai Yue. This experience would definitely be used on the empress concubine. The emperor was greedy, the emperor was afraid of death, and the emperor longed for immortality. He must ensure that he was 100% sure. The possession was related to his future, so he must be cautious. Therefore, before the official possession, he and the devil would almost certainly carry out some kind of adjustment on Empress's body. An empress was not stupid. On the contrary, she was extremely shrewd and suspicious. The emperor did not dare to make it too obvious and could only carry it out secretly. Perhaps the Tianyuan blade had such a role. Or Sun Lang looked at Empress's white hand. Such skin, such a body, must be the result of the youth-retaining technique and the daily care of rare herbs. Perhaps there was a problem with the youth-retaining technique Empress cultivated, or there was a problem with the secret medicine used to maintain her body, or there was a problem with the maid who served Empress since she was young and was responsible for taking care of His Highness' body. In any case, Empress's body must be constantly changing. As long as he grasped the process and pattern of these changes, he might be able to speculate about the emperor and the devil's progress, methods, and even details. It was decided so happily. Looking carefully, there were flaws everywhere. His Majesty the Emperor. Unfortunately, you are the Emperor of the 9 and 5. You have the world to your name. You have countless capable people under your command. But you are selfish and despicable. What you have done is against the world. You are unwilling to trust anyone. You are unwilling to trust anyone. So you can only fight alone. You do not dare to let anyone know of your plan. And a person's wisdom is limited. Besides, one of your hands is tied. How can you compete with me on the same stage? Sun Lang sneered coldly in his heart. In this case, he would start with the Tianyuan blade first. He thought quickly and took a step back. He muttered, "It's too childish to make an oath by clapping hands." Almost at the same time, Empress took a step forward. She seemed to have seen through Sun Lang's panic and embarrassment. This was the sign of victory. As long as she gritted her teeth and touched Sun Lang, it would be time for her to perform. But what Her Highness Empress didn't know was that everything was under Sun Lang's control. She also didn't know that after the incident at the Jupiter Sword Palace, Sun Lang went to see a woman. That woman had a miraculous ability that could neutralize the seal of virginity that had troubled Sun Lang for 2 years. She said indifferently, "It's not childish. Our words are as heavy as a mountain. With everyone as witnesses, it's even harder to get 1,000 taels of gold. General, you refuse. I wonder if you don't trust me, or do you not trust them?" Sun Lang forced a smile. This, in an instant, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the man and woman. Empress was vigilant and aggressive. She pressed him step by step. It would be best if he knew the difficulty and retreated. If he continued to pester her, she would try her best to touch him, and then he would lose. Sun Lang, on the other hand, sneered. He was calm and unhurried as he watched the Empress concubine's performance. She was really as steady as an old dog. He thought, I'll just high-five her like this. She definitely won't think that I added a plug-in before this. She'll definitely be shocked, and then I'll take the opportunity to squeeze her. Since we've made an oath, then we're on the same side, right? She'll definitely have nothing to say. Then I'll continue with my plan. An alliance is a big deal. We have to exchange tokens. They have to be valuable, special, and recognizable. So, isn't it reasonable to use the Heaven Origin Saber to exchange for the Sacred Fire Sword? The value is similar, and it's recognizable. Everyone can see the origin. Just like that. First, I'll check the Heaven Origin Saber. After that, I'll investigate further. I'll do it secretly, but I'll also investigate clearly, perfect. Sun Lang smiled and raised his hand. Before Empress could react, he lightly high-fived her. There was a crisp and pleasant sound. The warm and smooth feeling of the other party's palm was clearly transmitted. Nothing happened at all, because the water energy in his body was peaceful and quiet, like a calm lake without any ripples. He suddenly thought of Xin Yaohua and the other party's lotus-like smile. It was just an ordinary high-five. But it was the first normal contact between him and Empress after being separated for nearly 3 years. He touched her hand again. Thinking of the past, Sun Lang sighed in his heart for no reason. How could so many things be so easily forgotten? At that time, he always liked to tease the Empress concubine, liked to suddenly grab her hand, and the Empress concubine would inevitably fling her hand away with a cold expression of disgust. After flinging twice and failing to fling him away, she would then let out a light snort. Then Sun Lang would lie on the table and look at the soft hand in his palm, marveling at how well it was maintained, while lamenting the corruption, extravagance, and backwardness of feudal autocracy. Now it's just like that. The girl who was suddenly grabbed by his hand and nervously looked left and right. After she couldn't shake him off, she blushed and resigned to her fate to let him hold her hand, was already someone else. An empress? At the moment of contact, she was ready to accept the impact. But nothing happened. Only the familiar warmth flashed in her palm, bringing with it a touch of melancholy and loss. Other than that, nothing happened. It was as if it was just a reliving of an old dream. After all, a dream was a dream. Then, she broke free from the woman's melancholy. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Why didn't it work? Could it be that he could really control it freely? The woman looked up in shock and looked at Sun Lang. There was a smug look in the other party's eyes, as if he was laughing at Empress's failure of the overall plan. Everything was going according to Sun Lang's plan. There were no accidents. However, the Shunsei General Sun Lang was only a little stronger than King Arthur. He understood the heart of a man, but not the heart of a woman. After a moment of shock, Empress quickly came back to her senses. She showed the crisis responsibility and decisiveness that a Tianyuan general should have. In an instant, the Empress concubine circulated her yuan qi and activated her blood energy. Fresh blood rushed to her fair and beautiful face. Her tall and beautiful body trembled and trembled. Her sharp eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist. The general of heavenly strategies let out an uncontrollable scream and shouted in a tone of extreme fear and shock, "You! What did you do to me?" Chapter 10:25. It was said. It was really said. It was said that most girls would learn a skill at a certain stage in their lives without a teacher. The name of this skill was called fake orgasm. Yes, everyone understood. It was the kind of thing where when the man was making kind of behavior was called fake orgasm. It was said that girls usually did this for a few reasons. First, it was to take care of the man's dignity. This was easy to understand. Second, it was to protect their own face. They didn't want to be thought of as frigid. This was barely explainable. Third, it was to stimulate the man to finish quickly. Because it was king painful and swollen. If he didn't come out soon, he would be kicked off the bed, and so on. In short, the reasons were very complicated. And this kind of fake was very subtle. For example, there were always some idiotic public accounts and retarded websites on the internet that would post articles that teach you how to see through fake climaxes. It was as useless as how to tell whether the otaku around you is a real otaku or a fake one. Damn it, was it something that made you feel good and happy to know that the otaku around you was actually your girlfriend, a beautiful woman with a family worth tens of millions and 8 houses in Shanghai that had been demolished in real life? So, why did you have to see through your girlfriend's fake orgasm? There were only a few reasons. Was it because you were useless, or did you not love your girlfriend enough, or were your skills not good enough? No matter what the reason was, digging to the bottom would only be asking for trouble. It would only lead to a very sad result. So, it was rare to be confused, learn to play dumb, learn to act, don't be narrow-minded, and look at the long term. Maybe you would fall into self-doubt because of your girlfriend's fake orgasm, but you have to remember that there was a certain group of vulnerable people in the world who didn't even get to watch fake orgasms, let alone real orgasms, so it was rare to be confused. Sometimes, men had to learn to play dumb. But sometimes they couldn't. For example, now, in front of Sun Lang, Empress demonstrated a pseudo-climax technique without anyone teaching her. After she touched Sun Lang's hand, she found that her strength did not work. But in the blink of an eye, the famous general of the Heaven's Origin Army made an emergency response with her decisiveness and superb acting skills. Empress Tensei's face was like a peach blossom, her eyes were moving, her delicate body was trembling, and her breathing was rapid. She subconsciously curled up her sparkling fingertips, and her entire being exuded an astonishing charm. Most of the people present were old coachmen. Not only had they seen pigs run, but they had also eaten pork until they vomited. They could see His Highness Empress's current state at a glance. But it was fake. There were special effects. Sun Lang stared blankly for a moment before he flew into a rage. Rage, fury, and fury. He said angrily, "You! Damn it! Damn it!" His reflexes were extremely fast, his brain was nimble, and he understood Empress very well. Therefore, he immediately reacted. The great strength of health did not work, but this shameless B***TCH had actually arranged it herself. Empress almost laughed out loud in satisfaction. Sun Lang's shocked and angry eyes were really amazing. It gave her a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, not at all inferior to the time when she successfully tricked Sun Lang and forced him to meet Xue Baochai face to face in Mingzhou's tent. "You didn't expect this, did you?" Of course, Sun Lang did not expect this. He didn't understand women's hearts and didn't expect that there would be such an operation. That's right. Empress only wanted to make herself fall into a beep state by coming into contact with the great bodyguard power, so that she could flip the table and accuse Sun Lang of doing something dirty. In that case, it didn't matter if the great bodyguard power worked or not, because she could act it out herself. The Divine Strategies General, who was slow to react, was both shocked and furious. No one could understand the anger in his heart. Just as no one could imagine how Sun Lang, who left the great barren mountain back then, found out that he had the great bodyguard power, that was really a wet past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Therefore, Sun Lang was simply flustered and exasperated. Damn it, I was a good man who kept his chastity in the beginning. I didn't know how much trouble, criticism, and slander this damn curse had caused. I was regarded as a pervert from the East. I was regarded as the high priest of the goddess of love. I was regarded as the world's #1 sexual apathy healer. King got into trouble the moment I reached out my hand. After the accident, all I could do was run. I couldn't explain it clearly. I said it, but it didn't listen. I was misunderstood. I was criticized. I was acknowledged as a master. And now, I temporarily balanced the power of this curse and can touch women normally without any pressure. Just a touch of the hand. And you dare to pretend to be in heat and slander me? I want to open a Niagara Falls from your body. Empress was still acting for herself. What did you do to me? Shameless. Sun Lang was furious. Bitch. How dare you? He reached out to grab Empress. As the heroine of Hutu, the role model of all women in the world, the Tensei general was as weak as a shy and powerless young lady at this moment. He only had time to let out a scream. However, the Tensei officials had already seen the opportunity. Du Keming shouted, Sun Lang, you, the great general of the Shensei, actually committed such a despicable act. With this order, regardless of whether they reacted or not, the generals immediately exploded. Fist winds intertwined, palm winds like thunder, fiercely bombarding Sun Lang. How dare you? Sun Lang was furious. I didn't. He reached out to parry and block, slashing and hitting, blocking everyone's attacks. After all, his martial arts were much better than everyone else's. Although Tensei Province had the advantage in numbers, the number of people who could besiege Sun Lang in a unit of time was limited. He resisted without any pressure. The Shensei general shouted, How shameless! Du Keming had a lot of prestige in the residence. At this moment, he shouted, Men and women should not touch each other. There is a difference in seniority. Everyone turn around. Madam Li, please come and take care of His Highness. Li Jing's wife, Zhang Chuchen, was a female general of Tensei Province. She was usually inseparable from her husband and was also present tonight. Hearing this, she immediately rushed forward to support Empress. This wife was rich in experience. She could tell whether or not she had reached out. The two exchanged glances. Zhang Chuchen was also a quick-witted person. In an instant, she understood Empress's plan. His Highness is really decisive. This sacrifice is really too big. She sighed in her heart. Then, Hong Funu coordinated with her and said with grief and indignation, His Highness. His Highness's body has been tampered with. Sun Lang, what did you do? Sun Lang's anger grew. He opened his mouth and cursed, F***ck your mother. Li Jing is a eunuch. You should have rubbed it yourself, right? Don't you know what it's like when a woman is in love? Even though Zhang Chuchen was already a married woman and was straightforward and generous, she couldn't handle this level of flirtatious words. She couldn't help but blush and spit. Although Li Jing had stepped on some clues and was cautious and tolerant, Sun Lang was not only scolding his wife and talking dirty, but also implicating himself. As a husband and a man, how could he bear it? Moreover, Sun Lang had been messing around these days, causing Tensei Province to be in a terrible state. Even with Li Jing's temper, he couldn't bear it. Therefore, General Li waved his palm and said sternly, What a joke! Do you, a Jinling virgin, know what it's like when a woman is in love? Sun Lang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He stepped forward and waved his arm. The extremely simple movement seemed to have gone through extremely precise calculations and thousands of times of practice. He dodged the attacks behind him by a hair's breadth and punched at Li Jing. Li Jing immediately knew how powerful he was. His comrades on both sides also moved to help. However, Sun Lang's punch was filled with anger. Although it didn't have a lot of killing intent, it did have some killing intent. How could it be so easy to dodge? With a bang, Li Jing crossed his arms and blocked Sun Lang's attack. He only felt that where Sun Lang's fist reached, layers of true qi that were like raging waves exploded out one after another. In the short span of a breath, 12 waves pressed down like toppling mountains and overturning seas. He cried out loudly, and his entire body was struck to the point of flying out, and he cried out in his heart that he was lucky. If not for Qing Yaojin and Hou Junji's desperate attacks from behind, forcing Sun Lang to defend himself, if Sun Lang's fist had stuck to his arm for a few more breaths, the waves of true energy would have been enough to injure his internal organs and make him unable to use his true energy for 3 months. But the current situation couldn't be considered comfortable. Li Jing was sent flying. Seeing that he was fine, no one cared about catching him. They could only watch as General Li crashed out of the hall. As they moved to cover for him, they cried out, "Sun Lang hit someone! Sun Lang hit someone!" Sun Lang was seething with anger. "I'll **ck all of you bastards to death." Once his temper flared, the pressure on the others increased several times. Even Qin Qiong, who had hidden injuries and rarely fought, was forced to join the battle. But even so, the situation was still overwhelmingly disadvantageous. Sun Lang, as the most ferocious hexagonal warrior of the empire, could be said to be flawless and all-round. Not only did he completely suppress his opponents in terms of strength, he was also the best at fighting one against many. Relying on his ghost-like movements and his tyrannical ability to control the field, he shuttled back and forth in the crowd. Every time he moved, his opponents would feel impatient and extremely uncomfortable. After all, the meaning of lightness skills and footwork was to occupy an advantageous position and face the least number of enemies in the best posture. At this point, he could not be more familiar with it in the bloody great desolate mountain. In the blink of an eye, several people were sent flying and fell down, but Sun Lang's spirit was still undaunted, and he was unstoppable. The valiant generals from Heavenly Planning Mansion who fought against him were all shocked. This sort of opponent made them feel despair, and they didn't even know whether taking turns to fight against him would be effective. The warriors of the Empire had developed a habit over the past few hundred years, and that was to use the Imperial Army when they couldn't solve a problem. This kind of dependence was deeply ingrained in the bones of every warrior, especially the high-level warriors. Everyone even thought that the Imperial Army was one with them. Using the Imperial Army would not be an unfair victory. So someone shouted, "This won't do. Use the Imperial Army." It was exactly the same as the time when they caused havoc in Tensei Province. Sun Lang laughed loudly. His laughter was full of mockery and sarcasm. "Have you forgotten how to walk without the Imperial Army?" Flames burned brightly, and the golden light was sharp. 2 7 luminaries' sacred swords appeared out of thin air and revolved around Sun Lang. The terrifying sword light pierced everyone's skin. Sun Lang raised his hand and grabbed the 2 sacred swords. Then, he assumed the starting position of the starburst slash. "Today, I, Sun Chiron, will cut all of you into plasticine." At this moment Li Jing, who had been kicked out of the hall, shouted loudly outside, "Catch the thief! Catch the perverted thief!" The vast Tensei province woke up in an instant. The loyal soldiers, the guests who supported them, and the people with extraordinary abilities all moved in an instant upon hearing the news. With painstaking management, the support of the emperor, and a great reputation, the Tensei province had recruited countless elites over the years. Its foundation was deep, its strength was powerful, and its influence was vast. It was already a significant political force in the imperial court, and it already had the air of a warlord. The arrow formation, the military formation, and the orderly footsteps caused the earth to tremble. Faint vibrations could be heard in the air. Experts with superior movement skills were quietly hiding in the darkness, waiting for the next order. The ground of the entire Heavenly Policy Mansion began to circulate with a strange light. That was the sign that the array masters were activating the array. Since His Highness Empress was inconvenienced, Du Keming became the commander-in-chief for the night. He was very calm and his goal was clear. His only mission tonight was to force Sun Lang to retreat. That was all. So, he shouted, "Sun Lang, let's call it a night, shall we?" Sun Lang held the two sacred swords as if he was holding a butcher's knife, but he looked very intimidating. Hearing this, he shouted, "Who do you think you are? Bitch! Come out and talk!" Empress and Zhang Chuchen were blocked by 7 or 8 Tensei officials. After a while, Hong Funu's voice rang out, "His Highness. His Highness has fainted." Sun Lang said angrily, "Bullsh *t. Bullsh *t." Du Keming said, "His Highness is no longer fit to meet guests. Tensei Province will not pursue what happened tonight. Please stay clean and leave quickly." Sun Lang raised the sacred swords. Before he could speak, Du Keming shouted again, "Otherwise, let's have a big fight and shake up the capital. Let's make a scene in front of the Emperor. His Highness Empress will fight with you to the end even if he has to give up his reputation. Just wait for your reputation to be ruined." General Shinsei was so angry that he laughed. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? I didn't see the Emperor tonight and I miss him a lot. You guys slandered my reputation tonight, and I must settle this score." Just as he was about to make a scene, he suddenly remembered Shin Yaohua's advice. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. However, with this kind of thing happening tonight and shaking up the entire capital, things would probably become very troublesome. If he only wanted to vent his anger and make the situation very passive, it was indeed not a wise decision. Moreover, Bao Haizi had just vomited blood and was bedridden, so it was better not to scare him. Forget it. Sun Lang slowly put away the sacred swords and said lightly, "I'll let you guys off today." Du Keming sighed in relief. This guy knows what he's doing. Just as he was about to say something polite, he saw Sun Lang put his hands into his robe, as if he had touched something. Then, he heard Sun Lang lazily and unenthusiastically say 4 words. "Heavenly man scattering flowers." Chapter 10:26. In the night wind, under the bright moon, Tensei Province was particularly noisy tonight. Sun Lang hid in the darkness and stared at the vast Heavenly Policy Manor. He tilted his head and listened carefully. He heard orderly footsteps, the whistling of swords being unsheathed, and the trembling of formations being activated. There were people commanding loudly, people asking questions softly, and people communicating secretly. It was very noisy. But with his unparalleled skill, General Shinsei still heard what he wanted to hear. Moreover, he was standing in the wind. In this situation, with the bright moon and the cool breeze, Sun Lang couldn't help but feel a simple revolutionary feeling in his heart. So he recited affectionately, "I can't bear to look at the tragic scene, and I can't bear to hear the screams. What else can I say? I now understand why the Heavenly Policy Mansion is so quiet. They have already drowned in silence. This is the result of resisting the Reformation." Again, Sun Lang was standing in the wind. And his martial arts were very good. Previously, he even performed a short crosstalk performance with the devil ancestor in the city. He even roared to the palace, "Little Biscuit." So, it was not difficult to push this affectionate recitation to Tensei Province. In the direction of the Heavenly Policy Mansion, a roar that was mixed with solemn and stirring voices rang out. Then, battle cries rang out and the mechanisms changed. The monarch weapons were activated, and a few huge concave mirrors shone bright light over. The elite crossbowmen and light cavalry flew over, but Sun Lang had already slipped away. It was so damn exciting. Sun Lang walked through the night. Tonight could be said to be tense and exciting. Fate was unpredictable. He just didn't know. The process of history and personal struggle was really wonderful. After circling around outside, it was time to return to the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Today's matter was not over yet. As he approached the Copper Sparrow Terrace, he could vaguely see the continuous fire and the noise of people. It didn't seem to be more deserted than Tensei Province. Sun Lang's expression changed slightly, and then he quickened his pace. A while ago, the Copper Sparrow Terrace was the most famous brothel in the capital. The so-called curfew was meaningless to this place, and no one would come here to check. This was because the guests who came here were either rich or noble. No one would care even if they had sex until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. At that time, the Copper Sparrow Terrace was at its peak. There were guests coming and going 24 hours a day, and business was booming. Unfortunately, the anti-pornography and illegal activities led by General Shunsei used the strong and simple iron fist of dictatorship to deal a blow to the Copper Sparrow Terrace like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. A large number of brothel guests were detained at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Not only did they have to face the party's education, but they also had to accept the organization's fines. General Sun even led an action team to enter the Copper Sparrow Terrace and started a vigorous and indefinite rectification activity. The business of the Copper Sparrow Terrace fell into a complete standstill. This was really bad news. A group of people were scratching their hearts and lungs, especially the local rich people, great talents, and young masters from aristocratic families. One of their purposes in coming to the capital was to help the poor at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. In the end, General Sun, who came from the sky, intervened and blocked everyone's path of charity. Moreover, there were no signs of the Copper Sparrow Terrace reopening. It really made people anxious. Today, the capital could be said to be surging with undercurrents. All kinds of explosive news were all over the place. Some topics were very politically sensitive and could easily be 404 ed. In comparison, one of the less dangerous and more popular topics was when General Shunsei would be able to visit brothels and reopen for business. However, what the bystanders did not know was that General Shunsei did not visit brothels at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Moreover, the time he would move out of the Copper Sparrow Terrace depended on when the peanuts from Ming, Qin, and Xia would land. When that day came, he would definitely run out of the door and draw a clear line between himself and the Copper Sparrow Terrace. But not yet. Therefore, General Shunsei still oversaw the Copper Sparrow Terrace in a very domineering manner and monopolized the most high-end group of young ladies in the capital. This made all the men in the city feel very anxious. However, no matter how anxious they were, this place had become a forbidden area in the capital. The hedonistic sons of the capital had long been given strict orders that they were not allowed to take half a step around the Copper Sparrow Terrace. As for the ordinary people, when they saw the murderous guards on the street around the Copper Sparrow Terrace, they had long run as far away as possible. As for the righteous heroes and hot-blooded youths who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and liked to rebel against the powerful, of course, they were bombarded by the iron fist of the dictatorship. The group of military ruffians was not polite at all. After all, as early as during the Tianyuan War, these people were known for their extreme boldness. Now that they had welcomed back their main general, they had evolved to the stage of lawlessness. With Sun Lang supporting them and the marshal hinting at them to F***ck up, why would they be polite? For a moment, the fierce soldiers rampaged through the streets, putting on countless action comedies with the keyword, "What are you looking at?" Gradually, as early as 7 or 8 days ago, the security situation at the Copper Sparrow Terrace had improved greatly. The Copper Sparrow Terrace, which used to be filled with thousands of lights and laughter of the Nightless Club, had become the most quiet and elegant place in the capital. At night it was quiet and there were basically no pedestrians. There were only silent soldiers patrolling as usual, silent and vigilant. It was like this every night, because there were no blind thieves coming to spy. Since there were no intruders, naturally there would not be any loud noises. But tonight, the Copper Sparrow Terrace was too noisy. Sun Lang quickened his steps and turned into the main road in front of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. The general, who was holding a torch high and vigilant on the left and right, was alerted. He turned his head and was about to shout when he recognized the person. "Marshal!" He clasped his hands and bowed. "Please give me your token and password." Sun Lang did as he was told. After completing the identity check and recording, he looked at the surrounding troops and frowned. "What happened?" The general said in a deep voice. "There are thieves who have sneaked into the Copper Sparrow Terrace. I heard that the generals are fighting with them." A lowly general's authority is not enough to know the inside story. "Marshal, please ask the main generals." Sun Lang's expression did not change. He slowly nodded. "I know." The general lowered his head and said, "The military is investigating who is to blame. We will wait for the result." Sun Lang patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Although the war ended 2 years ago, your swords have not dulled. I believe that you still maintain the vigilance of the war period. I have no doubts about your professionalism. The intruder of the Copper Sparrow Terrace should be a strong person whose martial arts far surpass yours. You do not need to take responsibility. Everything will be decided by the military law department." Although the general said this, his eyes were shining with excitement. His voice became more excited. "Thank you for your trust, Marshal. Everyone is willing to die for Marshal." Sun Lang looked at the man. The man's eyes were full of excitement and gratitude. Most of the soldiers were straightforward. They hated hypocrisy and complexity. They did not like to flatter and did not like to be flattered. But this did not mean that they did not like to be praised, especially if it was a strong person whom they respected and admired from the bottom of their heart. If they received a word of praise from the other party, they would be so excited that they would not be able to eat for 3 days. This soldier was probably the same as well. He still respected his marshal. In his heart, the Sun Lang in front of him was undoubtedly the same person as the Jia Ying of the past. He was that peerless hero under the heavens, an indomitable hero. Sun Lang faintly nodded and did not say anything. He quickened his steps and hurried to the main entrance of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. The general saw that Sun Lang had walked far away. Only then did he lower his voice and say, "The marshal must be worried about the ambush in the Copper Sparrow Terrace." But he still comforted us first. Only from this kind of small matter can you see a person's true colors. This old man has already said that the commander of war is still the commander of war. The leopard camp's Chun Laosi still dared to complain to me. He deserves to be beaten to the point where he can't get off the ground. Sun Lang's footsteps imperceptibly paused for a moment. Then, he let out a soft sigh. The soldiers guarding the entrance had already received the news. They quickly welcomed the marshal in. The defense of the Copper Sparrow Terrace was even tighter. Many people were as if they were facing a great enemy. Sun Lang had only taken a few steps when the generals came out to welcome him. General Shun Se glanced at the crowd. "How are the casualties?" The moment these words were said, everyone's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot began to reveal a sullen and resentful expression. Pan Mei said, "There are no casualties, because we didn't even see the person who did it. They did not even discover the intruder." Pongji sighed. "Our people are fine, but a few important people have died." "Who?" Imperial Tutor Pang replied, "The stewards of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. They are the people who have performed great deeds." The so-called great deeds were the people who had led the way after General Shun Se ambushed the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Some of them had handed over the account books, some had provided a list of names, and some had uncovered the darkness of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. In other words, they were witnesses. Sun Lang said faintly, "Who discovered it first?" Android said in a muffled voice, "Me." Sun Lang thought for a moment. Fatian, stay. Imperial Tutor Pang, stay. The rest of you, go do what you need to do. Withdraw your men and go to sleep. Just patrol as usual. Lu Haida was stunned. You don't want to investigate? Sun Lang said, we can't find anything, what we need to do now is to settle the accounts. Su Dingfang frowned. We can't find anything, was it Ling Mu Li who did it? Sun Lang did not answer. He floated into the building. Pongji and Android exchanged glances with the others and immediately followed. The generals watched as Sun Lang went upstairs. Then, they fell into deep thought. Ma Shuriying touched her chin. My imperial army is of the wood spirit. They have also seen the scene. The bodies of the deceased are indeed, Pan Mei thought and said, but I still feel that something is not right, Shan Xiongxin said gruffly. Well, don't think about it anymore. The marshal is back. He will make the decision. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Restrain yourselves and don't talk about it. Let's disperse. Sun Lang, Android, and Pongji went upstairs in silence. Princess Pingyang was waiting on the 7th floor. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Zhan Zhao, on the other hand, showed his face in front of the door of another room. He said, I'm here to welcome you. Then, he left on his own, just like a real cat. Let's go in first. Princess Pingyang entered Sun Lang's room first. Then, Sun Lang, Android, and finally Pongji. Imperial Tutor Pang closed the door. When he turned around, he saw Sun Lang and Android high-fiving each other. Did you do it secretly? Don't worry about me. Imperial Tutor Pang looked at the two of them and suddenly asked, You did it? Android immediately said, No, he asked me to do it. Pongji then looked at Sun Lang. Sun Lang said, Those people worked for the Emperor to earn money. Just by looking at the torture instruments, blood, and remains in the underground room, it wouldn't be too much to sentence them to death by 1,000 cuts. In any case, it would be easier for them to die this way. Pongji was a smart person. He immediately understood the cause and effect. Who are you framing? Ling Mu Li or? Sun Lang blinked. This, the Emperor has the final say. Pongji suddenly sighed. I was wondering why you backed down when you were at the Jupiter Sword Palace. It turns out that you had other plans. Compared to aggressively charging into the palace to confront them, this method of attack and retreat is more like your style. The mysterious Great Grandmaster broke into the Copper Sparrow Terrace at night, killed the witnesses, and destroyed the evidence. Thus, the evidence that the Copper Sparrow Terrace was involved with the remnants of the Sky Demon completely disappeared. Android laughed sinisterly. But the evidence turned from fake to real because of this. Isn't that great? Sun Lang snapped his fingers. Don't talk nonsense. Android, you provide the testimony. Imperial Tutor Pang, you write the complaint. The Emperor won't be able to sleep well tonight. After you finish writing the memorial, send it to the palace tonight. Pongji nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he remembered something. There's a problem. With you in charge of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, how could a thief enter and destroy the evidence without anyone noticing? Do you have an alibi? A smug smile appeared on Sun Lang's face. Of course I do, he said. Everyone in Tensei Province can testify for me. There were many stories hidden in this smile. What did you do, old man? Sun Lang pulled a chair over and sat down. Then, with a smile, he began to narrate his feat of course. He omitted some of the details that were too inappropriate for children. Although we're enemies, I have to praise the Empress for her correct response. Because this is war, and war requires unscrupulous means and costs. I've already forced her into a corner with an overwhelming disadvantage. If she wants to break out of this situation, she has to be decisive. She has to give up a bit of her reputation to completely muddy the waters and force me to retreat. And this is only the first step. After I leave, she will definitely rush into the palace and inform the Emperor. Because there must be spies of the Emperor among the Tensei officials, and there must be spies of the Emperor in Tensei Province. No matter what, she has to prove her loyalty first, at least on the surface. After she meets the Emperor, the situation will change. Because the Emperor suffered a loss tonight, he wants to make up for it and even wants to fight back. Empress is an important chess piece for him. Tensei Province represents a political force that can't be ignored for him to make arrangements and plans. Therefore, for this reason, I have to stop Empress from entering the palace. It's enough to temporarily stop her. Then, we can seize the opportunity to do something first. But I can't be involved because I can't make a big deal out of it and cause a full-scale conflict. It's best to let the people of Tensei Province suffer in silence and swallow their grievances. For this reason, I used some ingenious props. Yes, all of this is my plan. I crushed the plans of Empress and her minions in one fell swoop and nipped their plans in the bud. It's a complete victory. Sun Lang said proudly, "I'm really amazing. My wisdom is as deep as the sea. I can calculate with 10 steps and play a key role in a casual chess move." "You haven't told me what you did." "I just used some friendship magic." Chapter 10:27. If Shun Yaohua learned of the subsequent developments in the Time Star Sword Palace, she would definitely sigh again. At the time, Sun Lang had the upper hand and was determined to make a big deal out of the matter. Not only did he not let go of the Lingmu Li, he also dragged the Sword Saint of the Kingdom, who had not made an appearance in 2 years, into the situation. At the slightest provocation, he called for the important officials of the imperial court to enter the palace in the middle of the night and speak before the emperor. One could imagine the emperor's expression at the time. Originally, a great storm was unavoidable, but a light sigh seemed to come from beyond the heavens, causing Sun Lang to change his mind. Shun Yaohua had appeared at the right time in the right place. Regardless of what goal she had, regardless of whether her actions came from her own will or were ordered by others, she had successfully stopped Sun Lang, stopped a political storm that could have erupted. But she had only succeeded halfway. After all, she did not understand Sun Lang very well. She had not personally participated in the Great War of Tianyuan, nor had she fought side by side with the commander of war, so she did not know Sun Lang's personality and temper. In Sun Lang's dictionary, there was no such thing as retreat. Sometimes, if one saw him take a step back, then there was no need to doubt that he would definitely take at least 2 more steps forward in other areas. He would definitely not suffer the slightest bit of loss. Just like now. Although he had ceased all activities and left the Time Star Sword Palace, soon after, something happened at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Someone had been silenced. The deceased were several managers who had once worked at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. They had once been ignorant and acted as accomplices to the evildoer. Not only did they help their master gather wealth, they had also unwittingly become accomplices to the resurgence of the remnants of the Sky Demon. After General Shunsei gave them a righteous and angry rebuke, they suddenly repented and actively cooperated with the organization's investigation. They provided a lot of important information, revealing to General Sun the darkness and evil hidden beneath the flourishing scenery of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. But after turning over a new leaf, they became a thorn in the side of some people, a thorn in their flesh. Finally, today, the deranged murderer had brazenly struck, brutally killing them in an attempt to forever bury the evidence of their evil existence. These rebels who were connected to the Sky Demon could be said to be extremely daring. They had been driven to desperation. Yes, that's it. The person who did it was highly skilled in martial arts, and his whereabouts were mysterious. To be able to hide from the eyes and ears of the many masters at the Copper Sparrow Terrace, he was naturally one of the few peerless masters in the world. Therefore, it was definitely not Android who did it. Yes, it was too evil and too cunning. In this way, General Shunsei had taken a huge risk to launch a decisive attack on the Copper Sparrow Terrace, but the murderers had destroyed more than half of the results. Witnesses had been killed, and a lot of evidence had been destroyed. The cause of the anti-Sky Demon campaign had suffered a heavy blow. The evil criminals must be laughing behind the scenes, celebrating their hard-won victory. It could be said that it was quite infuriating. Shinto Province is paying close attention to the development of the situation and severely condemning this crazy behavior. All the soldiers are determined to fight against the evil traitors to the end. All the humans who collude with the Sky Demon are traitors to their own race, evil bastards. No matter how noble his status is, no matter how great his power is, what awaits him is a solemn trial and a merciless execution. Justice will not be defeated by evil. Humans will obtain the final victory. Long live the people! Long live the imperial court! Long live the empire! General Shinsei waved his fists and spoke fervently. Pongji's pen flew as he wrote, thinking about how to polish this article. Sun Lang stared at him and said, "There's no need to translate it into classical Chinese. Just write what I say." Pongji nodded, dipped his pen in ink, and said casually, "Every time I hear you say something like this that sounds a bit strange, I feel like you're cursing people in a roundabout way." Sun Lang smiled and said, "Usually, people who speak like this are the ones who get cursed." Pongji nodded and said, "Your words are meaningless. You do deserve a scolding. Oh right, after these three long live, should I add long live the emperor?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "I'm an honest person. I won't speak against my conscience." Android grinned. Even though Pongji already knew about the general's guts, he was still shocked. He glanced at the fourth person in the room and said, "Her Highness is still here." Sun Lang laughed and said, "The so-called long live my emperor, the so-called long live my emperor, the so-called long live my emperor, these are all the biggest lies under the heavens. These dynasties have existed for thousands of years, dozens and hundreds of generations of emperors, which of them lasted for thousands of years." Princess Pingyang whispered, "Master is right." Pongji also rolled his eyes. "You're so obedient. Does your father know?" As expected, he didn't add long live the emperor. Only long live the people, long live the imperial court, and long live the empire were written on the paper. The more he looked at it, the more unsightly and vicious it seemed. However, this was probably the general's intention. Submitting such a memorial at this time was purely bullying the emperor. Thinking of this, Pongji couldn't help but sigh again. Sun Lang's maneuver was too cunning. The Star Sword Palace's retreat was only a pretense. In its place was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did it turn the non-existent evidence in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion into reality, it also gave the Emperor a difficult problem. The effect of this plan was actually better than directly charging into the palace. Pongji put down his brush and picked up the memorial to examine it. He then nodded in satisfaction and placed it in front of Sun Lang. "You can sign it and use the seal yourself." Sun Lang reached out and grabbed at the air. The brush flew through the air and landed in his hand. "There's no need to use the seal." He waved the brush and signed it, the tip of his brush like a sword. Pongji stretched out his head to take a look. He signed off with the words, "The late emperor has shown his power and appointed Sun Lang, the master of the fire sword." Next to the late emperor's name was a small remark, "Your father." Good fellow. Pongji was secretly speechless. As expected of the infuriating marshal, the emperor had read from beginning to end, so his anger must have increased exponentially. When he saw the final signature, it would be strange if he didn't tear the memorial to shreds. Then he saw a ball of flame ignite in Sun Lang's palm. That was the blazing flame of the fire sword. The flowing flame flowed like liquid towards Sun Lang's fingertip. The Shinsei raised his finger and wrote 7 large, flamboyant words on the memorial, "Tear your mother apart, idiot." Then, the talisman formed out of thin air, fused into the memorial and disappeared. Sun Lang said amiably, "If you don't tear it, you won't explode. If you don't do it, you won't die. Don't you think so?" Pangji nodded woodenly. He thought for a moment. A long night is fraught with problems. This memorial should be sent into the palace as soon as possible. If the Empress enters the palace first, I'm afraid things will change. Speaking of tonight's feat, Sun Lang was happy again. What he was most proud of today was not teasing the Emperor, nor was it putting the blame on the devil Yuan Zhu. Instead, it was doing a set of heavenly men scattering flowers in Tensei Province. In the end, those idiots in Tensei Province had to pinch their noses and admit that Sun Shensei had been there. And this became a perfect alibi. It fully explained why someone else could sneak into the Copper Sparrow Terrace to kill witnesses and destroy evidence with the strength of the Shensei's martial arts. Closed loop. Perfect. When he thought of this, he was even more proud in his heart. He laughed and said, "Don't panic. The Empress has the image after all. No matter what, she is still a woman. Now she must be soaking in the bathtub and refusing to come out. She will not stop until she's scrubbed off 3 layers of skin from head to toe. If she dares to go directly to the palace to see her papa in this state, I will admire her." Copper Sparrow Terrace, Luan Feng Ming Building, in the presidential suite exclusive to the 7th floor, the Shensei General Sun Lang's face flickered under the candlelight. He was telling his subordinates about his previous actions. Everyone was listening, but the focus of each person was different. Princess Pingyang was shocked when she heard that her master had gone to find her sister. But she did not dare to ask more. She only inferred from her master's words a fact that made her feel at ease: her sister was fine. At most, she was a little frightened. That was good. Thus, a relieved smile appeared on the little girl's face. But very quickly, this smile faded away, because a new wave of worry followed. She knew that the hatred and resentment between her master and her elder sister could no longer be resolved, just like Imperial Father. But Pangji and Android looked at the problem differently. They were very curious about what Sun Lang had done in Tensei Province to make him so happy. They wanted to ask more, but Sun Lang did not answer. Android said resentfully, "It must be something shameful that you don't have the face to say." "Humph, something that can make you feel ashamed," Sun Lang said indifferently. "It's useless to goad him." Android snorted, "We can definitely find out from Tensei Province." Sun Lang showed his snow-white teeth. "No, they want to save face." Pangji was also very curious, but he was smarter. Looking at Sun Lang, he knew that he would not be able to ask, so he wisely chose to give up. "I will go and deliver the memorial." Sun Lang waved his hand. "I will go." Pangji raised his eyebrows. "Is it dangerous?" Sun Lang smiled. "No, but there is a problem. According to the usual procedure, memorials have to go through the Office of Transmission. This is considered an emergency memorial. As a Shensei General and a first-rank official, I have this right. Memorials can theoretically reach the Emperor's desk at any time, but there is a problem with today's memorial," Pangji complained. "You also know that there is a problem." While they were talking, Pingyang had already helped to frame the memorial. Sun Lang took it and continued, "There is a shameless way to handle memorials. It is called leaving them in the middle and not sending them out. However, what is even more shameless is to completely pretend that nothing happened and send the memorial urgently into the palace tonight. If the Emperor flatly denies it, and says that there is no such thing and that he has never seen any memorial, then it will be troublesome for us to tangle with him." Pangji was a scholar after all, so he did not think of this. "Isn't this too shameless?" Sun Lang shrugged. "Our Emperor is a pragmatist. Besides, he has been provoked by me 2 or 3 times tonight. I am afraid that he has already gone crazy. It is understandable that he would do anything." Pangji nodded. Sun Lang said to Pingyang, "You stay here and don't move. I will send an orange to your father." Pingyang said softly, "Master, come back early. Be careful on the way." Sun Lang smiled and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Android and Pangji with a hesitant expression. Both of them were stunned. It was rare to see such an expression on the marshal's face. They were both shrewd people. Their expressions became serious. What is it? Sun Lang hesitated for a moment. The things I have done. Are there any problems? Pongji and Android thought for a moment, then answered, I can't think of any loopholes for now. There shouldn't be any. This plan is already perfect. General Shunsei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I am leaving. He reached out and pushed the window open. Then, he jumped out. You could never expect a martial arts expert to follow the traffic laws and walk properly. They were like players in an action game. Inside the room, Android and Pongji looked at each other in confusion. Did we say something wrong? Princess Pingyang came to the window and watched Sun Lang's back as he left, her eyes flashing slightly. Master seemed to have something on his mind, but before the Chrono Sword Palace, he did not. In other words, something must have happened during this time. For example, that sigh. During the Chrono Sword Palace operation, Princess Pingyang and Zhan Zhao also arrived with the generals. Her martial arts were much better than the others. Sun Lang heard that sigh, and so did she. She also recognized it, because in the Mars Sword Palace, the princess had met Xin Yaohua once. She had a deep impression of that quiet and delicate woman, and she knew her identity. So, what had happened? Android and Pongji looked at each other and said in unison, Princess, a lowly general will take his leave. Princess Pingyang bowed slightly, and the two of them closed the door and left. The Luanfeng Harmony Tower was very quiet now, and no one appreciated its magnificent splendor. The two of them walked to the other side and leaned against the railing, thinking about Sun Lang's last question. But after thinking for a while, they came up with nothing. Android had a chaotic and evil personality, lawless and careless. Although Pongji was careful and cautious, he was a scholar. He had gone into a dead end and did not immediately react. They were both former subordinates of Sun Lang, and had long since become accustomed to entrusting their lives to him on the cruel battlefields of blood and flesh. They had 100% trust and confidence in Sun Lang, and their doubts and unease quickly vanished upon their reunion. After all, the Jia Ying of the past had been far too dazzling, far too perfect. Those who had bathed in her radiance for so long were instinctively unwilling to question or doubt her. Perhaps only bystanders could see a thing or two. And Sun Lang very quickly arrived outside the gate of Heaven Influence. To the guards of the Imperial Palace who had already recognized him, he warmly said, Relax, don't be nervous. I'm not here to assassinate you. He had succeeded in making the guards even more nervous. It was said that there was a saying in the court, if one wanted to know the future of a rising star in the political arena, one only needed to look at his reputation in the palace. If the guards, eunuchs, chamberlains, and palace maids all knew or had heard of his name, then this official's future was very bright. From this perspective, Sun Lang had been very successful as an official. Less than a month after returning to the capital, his great name was known by everyone from the Yuji Palace to the Peaceful Life Palace. He took out a folded memorial from his pocket and said, Emergency Memorial, exercising the military privilege of a first-rank military officer. This memorial will be delivered to His Majesty's bedside tonight. You'd best cover your ears. His Majesty might be asleep. I'm going to send him a private message. Chapter 1028. The Imperial Guards were shocked. Although they didn't know what the private chat window shake was, this Shunsei general was known for his audacity and unscrupulousness. Anything that happened to him would be earth-shattering. These pitiful imperial servants rushed forward and said, General, please wait. General, please wait. We'll immediately send someone to the palace to report, so there's no need to trouble you. Sun Lang waved his hand and said righteously, It's not that I want to trouble you, but the Empire has reached its most dangerous time. The claws and teeth of the Sky Demon are corroding the Imperial Court and even the Imperial Palace. The extent of this is far more serious than you can imagine. It's hard to say if this memorial will be delivered to the Emperor successfully. We can't be careless when it comes to national affairs, and we can't rely on luck. The Imperial Guards knew that they were in trouble and desperately tried to stop him. A lowly general will personally deliver it. Sun Lang said boldly, "That won't do. What if you're intercepted or deceived by the evil forces when you enter the palace to deliver the memorial, resulting in a confrontation in the imperial court and the palace saying that there is no such memorial? Won't the responsibility fall on your heads? When the time comes, you'll be pushed out of the palace and beheaded, or your entire family will be executed. Won't I be the one who harmed you?" They wanted to say more, but Sun Lang exhaled and pushed out a palm. The majestic palm energy swept out like a hurricane. The Imperial Guards held their breaths and couldn't help but stagger back. Immediately, the Shunsei general's voice once again resounded in the Imperial Palace. This wasn't a private chat window at all, but *King in the group chat. "Your Majesty! This humble subject is Sun Lang. I've sent you a new memorial. Please, place, will, point, attack, receive, receive." For a moment, the Imperial Palace was in chaos. Not long after, Feng Yongting came over in exasperation and bellowed, "You went too far." Sun Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "Wah, old Feng, you're speaking without conscience again. Back at the Jupiter Sword Palace, I placed the bigger picture above all else, putting my personal grudges aside and shouldering the enormous grievances. I was unwilling to summon the ministers into the palace for a confrontation and put His Majesty in a difficult position, thus preserving the Empire's reputation. As a servant of the Crown Prince, not only did you not thank me, you even came here to quarrel with me. Are you even reasonable? Is there still any law in this world?" Feng Yongting roared, "Don't try this on me. What are you doing now?" Sun Lang raised the memorial in his hand and said, "Such a big thing happened tonight. As the role model of the officials and the person involved in tonight's incident, of course I wrote a report and summary overnight and presented it to His Majesty for him to read. This is a patriotic heart, an extreme loyalty as deep as the sky and the sea. What do you think I am doing?" Feng Yongting said angrily, "If you have any memorials, hand them over to the Department of Transmission. How can you run to the palace and make a fuss?" Sun Lang sneered and said, "Who knows how many hands it will take to send it to the Department of Transmission? This is a secret memorial. If something goes wrong, who knows how many people will lose their heads?" Eunuch Feng was helpless. Sun Lang had already made a fuss, so what else could he say? He stretched out his hand with a cold expression and said, "Hand it over." Sun Lang handed the memorial to him and blinked. Then, he gathered his chi in his dantian and at everyone again. "The memorial has been handed over to Eunuch Feng. If something goes wrong, His Majesty will execute his entire family." Eunuch Feng flew into a rage. Sun Lang turned and ran. "His Majesty must see it. This is an extremely urgent matter for the Empire." Feng Yongting shouted from behind, "Stop! His Majesty wants to see you." "It's too late today," Sun Lang shouted. "I want to go back and enjoy my sex life. Another day." Eunuch Feng held Sun Lang's memorial in his hands and felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. This bastard ran so fast, who could catch up to him? Looking at the other's back, he felt very, very tired. For the first time, Feng Yongting lamented, "Why is the martial arts of the Empire so prosperous? A first-rank martial artist with evil intentions and the peerless martial arts of the world was simply unimaginably difficult to deal with." He stomped his feet and hurried back to the palace to deliver the memorial. This memorial was quickly delivered to the Emperor. This was because His Majesty had not had sex for a long time. Moreover, such a big mess had happened tonight. Even if His Majesty's heart was 10 times bigger, he would still not be able to sleep. With a bang, a heavy fist slammed on the table. The imperial utensils were exquisite beyond compare. The table used by the emperor was the best in the world. The 1,000-year-old wood, the workmanship of a divine craftsman, was steeped in history and contained luxury. This could be traced back to the previous dynasty. When the emperor punched the table, it made a dull sound. This meant that the internal structure of the table had been damaged. Therefore, since ancient times, countless rare treasures had been destroyed by the anger of those in power. Of course, the emperor did not care about this. He was wealthy and ruled the world. Objects were objects in his eyes. No matter how valuable or precious they were still objects. He only cared about the things he cared about, such as the integrity of the empire, the stability of his rule, his reputation, and his career. Therefore, he was very angry now. Rebel, rebel. He pressed his chest and felt his heart ache. The number of times his heart had been stabbed in the past few days was far more than in the past 2 years. It was even more serious than when he was at a disadvantage in the Great War of Tianyuan. The traitor's memorial was right in front of him. Every word was harsh to the bone, and it was mocking him proudly. He shouted in a low voice. He roared at the forbidden palace again and again. I want to punish him. A figure appeared like a ghost. It was the body of the wood sword saint spirit, Muli. The devil ancestor was still residing in it. He calmly poured cold water on the emperor. How are you going to punish him? Send the guards to lock him up? He dares to do it. Instruct the officials to impeach him in the imperial court? He'll definitely defend himself. You know that mouth of his. With just a few words, he'll be able to bring you back to the ancient Star Sword Palace and the Sword Saint of the nation. Are you ready for a big fight in the imperial court? The emperor's chest hurt even more. He said with hatred, Bastard! He looked at his ally and was very unhappy. If a person had been in a high position for a long time, he would be arrogant. This was the original sin of human beings. The emperor was the most powerful person in the mortal world. He had long been used to being high and mighty. If he was angry, he would be angry. If he was not happy, he would be blamed. Now, he was angry at his ally. He said coldly, All of this started with you. Why did you go to see Sun Lang in private? The devil ancestor's tone was very calm. I just wanted to measure his strength now. This battle is unavoidable. I have to find out the details of my opponent. The emperor's eyes were full of scrutiny. Kings were suspicious. This had been the case since ancient times. This was the worst of the emperors. The devil ancestor continued. I originally wanted to see him as Muli, but I didn't expect to be recognized by him. And he seized the opportunity to make such a big mess. I'm really ashamed. I'm sorry for messing things up. The emperor said coldly, You didn't just mess things up. You almost made me unable to clean up the mess. No. I can't clean it up now. His breathing became heavy, like the low roar of an injured old wolf. Sun Lang not only caught you, but also involved the sword saint of the country. Ping Yang has gone to Sun Lang. Where can I find another sword saint of the Hutu? In the morning court, how should I deal with Sun Lang's attack? Every pore of the emperor seemed to be spurting anger. The successive failures and disgraces had greatly damaged his self-esteem. Countless eyes had seen his failure, his weakness, and his incompetence. This was unacceptable to the emperor. He claimed to be a wise emperor, and was destined to leave his name in history. He was the emperor who won the Battle of Tianyuan. How could he tolerate successive failures? How could he tolerate Sun Lang challenging his majesty? The devil ancestor said lightly, Don't worry. The emperor said angrily, It's not you who lost face. It's not you who was criticized. Naturally, you're not in a hurry. If you hadn't messed things up tonight, I wouldn't have been humiliated by Sun Lang like this. The devil ancestor said indifferently, Things are not as bad as you think. No? The Emperor shook Sun Lang's memorial hard. The Copper Sparrow Terrace was attacked. The witnesses were all killed, and most of the important evidence was destroyed. This shameless madman actually took the opportunity to turn black into white and wash away the mess of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. And between the lines, it's obvious that he is forcing me to make a choice. He said with hatred, if I acquiesce in this matter, then all his lies about the Copper Sparrow Terrace will become true. If I don't agree with this matter, he dares to burn the sword sage of the nation. The key to the problem now lies in you, the wood sword sage, and the non-existent sword sage of the nation. Sun Lang can make trouble on this issue at any time. How do you think I should deal with it? The devil ancestor said lightly, the matter of Lingmu Li is easy to deal with. You just need to say that you don't know. At most, you can issue an arrest warrant. It doesn't matter if the wood sword sage is wanted all over the world. If Sun Lang wants to make trouble, let him make trouble. As long as this body doesn't show up, what's the point of tracking for 100 years? The Emperor's face was slightly better, but only slightly. Because the most important problem was not the wood sword sage who came back from the dead. It was the sword sage of the nation. It was said that the earth sword sage, who came forward bravely at the last moment of the Battle of the Great Barren Mountain, reversed the situation with the power of the sword and brought the final victory to the human race. Therefore, he was praised by the world and sung by tens of thousands of people. Such a legend, such a hero, such a meritorious minister, was just a false illusion. The real earth sword sage was Sun Lang. Of course, that was in the past. The commander of war, Jia Ying, had transformed into Sun Lang. The sword sage of the nation was just the shell he shed. This shell became the biggest fig leaf and lie of the empire. In front of others, it was as solid as a rock, but in front of Sun Lang, it was broken with a poke. It was like the emperor's new clothes. Now when he thought of this matter, his soul could not help but tremble. This was a big lie, a lie to calm people and seize the fruit of victory of Tianyuan. Only he knew how the Great Barren Mountain was won. The Great Barren Mountain was not the final battlefield. It was a transit station, a trap. Here, 300,000 elites gathered. Their goal was only one person. The devil ancestor would take over Sun Lang's body here. These soldiers and horses were both insurance and strength. Once the devil succeeded in taking over Sun Lang's body, Jia Ying would take over the command and go north to the Great Barren Mountain to actively seek a decisive battle with the Sky Demon. But everything was out of the Emperor's control. The incomparably powerful ancestor, the devil ancestor, failed to devour Sun Lang's soul and was seriously injured by this once weak foreign visitor. Sun Lang, in turn, seized the power of the Earth Sword Sage, so that the 300,000 soldiers could not do anything to this violent avenger. Moreover, the main force of the foreign Sky Demon suddenly appeared in the Great Barren Mountain. At that time, it was simply the most dangerous and thrilling moment in the history of the Empire. If Sun Lang had joined forces with the Sky Demon at that time, slaughtered all the human soldiers and horses in the Great Barren Mountain, and then spread the truth and counterattacked, the Empire would have been in an uproar. Needless to say, the morale of the army would have been shaken, and the Emperor's rule would have been shaky. Sun Lang had fought with the Sky Demon for many years, so he knew all the tactics and characteristics of the Sky Demon like the back of his hand. If he led the Sky Demon army to attack the Empire's army in turn, he would have been able to smash the Empire's impregnable defense line into pieces in less than a month. It would take at most 3 months for the army to reach the capital and destroy Hutu. Every time he thought of this, even the Emperor felt a burst of fear. According to Bai Yue's narration, the Sky Demon that suddenly appeared on the battlefield tried to communicate with Sun Lang. They continuously extended olive branches and made more and more promises, including promising to support Sun Lang as the Emperor of the human race. They did not even need to submit to the Sky Demon, and the two races could coexist as equals, establish diplomatic relations, and exchange what they needed. All kinds of conditions were simply too generous. If the Sky Demon had proposed such conditions to the human countries when they first came to the human world, the Great War of Tianyuan would have been doomed. But at that time, Sun Lang, who was covered in blood, had almost forgotten how to speak. The Sky Demon was waiting for his answer, and the human race army in despair was also waiting for the final judgment. Under the gaze of countless people, at the crossroads of the human race's destiny, the lonely walking dead blurted out a sentence. "I don't want to fight for others anymore." The blazing and sharp sword energy violently swept across the battlefield, killing all life indiscriminately, whether it was the human race or the Sky Demon. To both, he was a complete alien, a traveler from Earth, betrayed by the human race and hated by the Sky Demon. The world was so big, but there was no place for him. Then, the battle of the Great Barren Mountain was won. The human race was almost completely annihilated. The Sky Demon died, Sun Lang disappeared, and the demon ancestor was seriously injured. The Emperor told a big lie to cover up the truth that was enough to shake the empire. He seized the fruit of victory and ordered Ping Yang to disguise as the Earth-Radiant Sword Saint and take the peerless merit of defeating the Sky Demon to the empire. 2 years passed in a flash. Relying on the lie, the empire was stable, and its international reputation was unparalleled. The emperor's name was immortalized in history, and his rule was incomparably stable. He enjoyed huge political benefits, but all of this was fake after all. The person who could expose this lie had quietly arrived. It was not until now that the emperor finally had a glimmer of reality, in front of Sun Lang, just how weak was that carefully woven lie that had deceived the world. But the demon ancestor was still smiling, as if all the problems in the world were not enough to bother him. "The matter of the Sword Saint of the nation is also easy," it said. "If Sun Lang continues to pester you, then tell the truth." The emperor looked at it and hissed, "Tell the truth? Since there is no Sword Saint of the nation, then tell the truth." The devil said coldly, "The Sword Saint of the nation spent too much effort in the Great Barren Mountain, leaving behind an internal injury that is difficult to heal. He passed away not long ago. The Sword Saint of the nation hoped to still protect the empire after his death. So your majesty has not announced this news to avoid causing unrest among the people and spying on other countries. But General Shunsei insisted on an explanation, so we had no choice but to announce it. It's that simple." The emperor looked at it and seemed to understand something. Then, the devil said lightly, "We can take the opportunity to announce the selection of a new Earth-Radiant Sword Saint. Guess what will happen then?" Chapter 10:29. The Emperor's eyes gradually lit up, but soon the color in his eyes was replaced by suspicion and scrutiny. Kings were suspicious, and he was one of the worst. He said slowly, "Did you plan this?" The ancestor the devil said, "No, I just beat him at his own game. The original plan was not so extreme." The emperor did not speak. In fact, a thorn had already been planted. After all, tonight's chaos and disadvantage originated from the private actions of the ancestor the devil. This restless sword spirit actually went to see Sun Lang in private. Although he was beaten and kicked back by the boy, this private action still aroused the emperor's vigilance. He did not trust his servants, his children, or his foreign ministers. How could he trust the spirit of the demon sword? As an emperor, he would never give his complete trust to anyone, and the actions of the ancestor the devil tonight made him particularly uneasy. Looking at the old face of Ling Muli, his heart sank slightly. There was a cunning and unpredictable soul hidden under the body of the wood sword saint. For some reason, the uneasiness and suspicion in his heart expanded further. Could it be that it wants to do something behind my back? Could it be hiding some scheme that I don't know about? Could it be that it went to see Sun Lang in private to reach an agreement with the other party? No, it shouldn't be. He did not say anything else, but at least he knew Sun Lang's character better. That crazy thief was so stubborn and proud that he would never join forces with the ancestor the devil. He wanted revenge with his own hands and would never forgive any of his enemies. It was impossible to join forces, and it was even impossible to pretend to be polite. After all, he was a madman. In such a situation in the Great Barren Mountain, he actually refused the proposal to join forces with the Sky Demon. He alone killed all the creatures on the battlefield indiscriminately, almost declaring war on the whole world with his own strength. And damn it, he actually did it. In the three-way battle in the Great Barren Mountain, Sun Lang, human beings, and the Sky Demon, the final winner was actually him alone. It was so absurd, so terrible, so unbelievable. How could such a crazy and proud person feign civility with the enemy he recognized? At least in this aspect, the Emperor was confident, just as he was not worried that Tensei would return to Sun Lang's embrace. Sure, or would not regret it, and Sun Lang would not forgive her. These two had always been like this, but the abnormal behavior of the devil ancestor Yuan still made him have doubts. At this moment, he suddenly remembered one of Sun Lang's famous sayings, "Those who are not of my race are bound to have different intentions." It was one of the most famous sayings of General Jiaing, and it was greatly praised and approved by the Hawks. Even the Emperor had to admit that it was very reasonable and to the point. It was practically the guiding principle of the country's diplomacy. He had 10,000 reasons to suspect and guard against the devil Yuan Zhu. However, he also had 1,000,001 reasons to continue working with him. On one hand, the dream of immortality was getting closer and closer. On the other hand, Sun Lang's aggressive pressure was another. He not only wanted to use the devil to achieve his dream of immortality, but also to use him to fight against Sun Lang, who was the most destructive and dangerous enemy in the history of the Empire. To defeat Sun Lang, not only did he need the power of the entire country, but he also needed the help of the spirit of the Imperial Army in the ancestor Devil Sword. The latter was the strongest person who was most likely to defeat Sun Lang, and also the strongest person who knew Sun Lang's flaws and weaknesses best. After all, he almost succeeded back then. The Emperor pondered for a moment and said faintly, "You should know that Sun Lang will never let you go." "You have said similar words more than once," the ancestor Yuan Zhu said. "I know that you have doubts and dissatisfaction in your heart, and I have nothing to say about that, because it was indeed my mistake that led to tonight's chaos and passivity. I am very sorry, and I am willing to take responsibility." He raised his finger and pointed to himself. "You can take back and dispose of the body of Lingmu Li at any time." The Emperor was silent. The ancestor Yuan Zhu the devil continued, "Sun Lang is a great enemy, our common enemy, and we also have common interests. The more dangerous it is, the more we have to abandon the distracting thoughts in our hearts. Otherwise, we will be taken advantage of by Sun Lang." The Emperor nodded slowly. "You are right." The ancestor Yuan Zhu the devil really did not have the possibility of joining forces with Sun Lang. That madman would not let it go. As for whether the demon spirit had any selfish motives, perhaps it did, but it didn't matter. This was because hundreds of years ago, the ancestors of the Empire had already tamed this demon sword and set up a foolproof seal to suppress the fate of the Empire. For hundreds of years, there hadn't been a single mistake, so it couldn't betray the Empire. Otherwise, with the secret method passed down from generation to generation in the royal family, destroying it was just a matter of thought. Although there was still an instinctive vigilance in his heart, the Emperor's wariness slowly faded. He said, "If we announce the death of the sword saint of the country, and want to select a new Earth Sword owner, and Sun Lang comes to interfere again, how should we deal with it?" The ancestor Yuan Zhu the devil said without hesitation, "Both fire and gold are in his hands. What qualifications does he have to compete for the sword saint of the country? Even if we don't oppose it, the other powers in the imperial court will stand against him." If he is too greedy, he will be attacked by the masses. The position of the sword saint of the nation means a lot of political capital. Everyone will fight for it. If Sun Lang wants to fight for it, he will fall into our trap. The emperor nodded and said softly, "The day of the reunion of the 7 luminaries is not far away. Don't worry, otherwise Sun Lang will notice the clues." Mo Ling said, "I would like to get the gold elemental sacred sword and study its changes in detail, but I'm afraid it will be difficult. The seed hidden in the fire elemental sacred sword has not sprouted yet." Sun Lang is very shrewd and has no intention of carefully examining the chaos sword. The wood elemental sacred sword is in our hands. Gomang can wake up at any time. The devil's voice was very calm. The sun and moon are more troublesome, but we can make use of Sun Lang. As for the water, humph, it won't be long. The emperor understood and sneered. "I look forward to it. There is still plenty of time." The devil said, "This is a big matter and should be done slowly. Since you have sent Ping Yang to Sun Lang's side, you can take this opportunity to choose the host of the earth." The emperor laughed even more coldly. "The sword of the country. Sun Lang cannot fight for it, and he does not dare to let his subordinates fight for it. After all, he knows the ins and outs of the earth, but the other ministers and aristocratic families do not. The title of the sword saint of the country is used as bait, and no one can resist this temptation. Sun Lang has been taking advantage of the situation and using the power of others to fight against others. Now, he should have a taste of the same." He looked at the memorial in front of him. The frivolous tone, the hateful writing, and the rebellious and audacious signature. Looking at it again, he was still furious. "And Tensei, such a big thing happened tonight. Does she not know? Now, she has not entered the palace to share my worries. What is she thinking?" The emperor's voice was still very cold. As the pressure brought by Sun Lang increased, as the day approached, his temper became more and more violent. After all, the feeling of not being able to kill Sun Lang from the bottom of his heart was too sullen. When he thought up to here, flames of rage blazed in his heart, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Sun Lang into pieces with his own 2 hands. However, he was unable to do so. Now, he could only speak ruthlessly and imagine a future where he could hold his head high. "Sun Lang, I will definitely eliminate you, the biggest threat, and cross the door of immortality." He grabbed the memorial in front of him and tore it with force. With a ferocious expression, he said, "Killing you is as easy as tearing silk." With a crack, the memorial of General Shunsei was torn. Although the emperor was a powerhouse who was forcefully created by the secret medicine of the palace, the teachings of the guru, and the supreme secret scriptures, the attack power of the panel was still very high. However, in the next moment, the blazing fire suddenly shone. The tyrannical burning power suddenly broke out, the fire wind gushed, and the sparks shot in all directions. It was as if a small sun had lit up in the hall, illuminating the emperor's eyes in an instant. In the next moment, the fire disappeared, and the explosive power disappeared without a trace. Ling Mu Li flashed to the front of the emperor and pressed one hand on Ji Zun's shoulder, forming the most powerful protection in the world. After dispersing the explosion, the devil Yuan Zhu said, "Little trick. Sun Lang wrote this memorial specifically to annoy you. Naturally, he can also expect your reaction, so he left this prohibition just to scare you." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the remaining flames converging into 7 large words. "Tear your mother apart, idiot." The devil raised his other hand and dispelled the vulgar words. His other hand was still on the emperor's shoulder, and he felt that Ji Zun's body was trembling slightly. Ling Mu Li didn't doubt him and thought that the emperor was angry, so he advised, "Calm down, this is just a little trick. Compared with his many means in the palace, it is not worth mentioning. You can even bear the setback in the palace. Don't be defeated by this little trick. Otherwise, in anger, you will be at a loss and fall into his trap." The emperor still didn't speak, but his body was still trembling. The devil felt a little strange. At this moment, the emperor turned his head. The emperor of Hutu, the emperor of the empire, turned his head at this moment. The royal family's genes were very good. The emperor was born with a good appearance and profound skills, so he took good care of himself. He had been on the throne for many years, ruled the world, and was a wise emperor who won the Great War of Tianyuan. He already had the temperament of an eternal emperor. Even if he went out on patrol in plain clothes, no one dared to underestimate him. The emperor had achieved this, so he already had something similar to the domineering aura. With sword-like eyes, starry eyebrows, and beautiful hair, he was a proper middle-aged handsome man. But this was not the point. The point was, the emperor's breathing seemed to be a little faster. The emperor's cheeks seemed to be a little rosy. The emperor's eyes seemed to be a little moist. Time froze at this moment. The emperor was sitting, and the wood sword saint was standing, two old men. Lingmu Li's hand pressed on the emperor's shoulder. The emperor looked back and looked at the man standing behind him. Two people, two lonely souls, supported each other, made use of each other, supported each other, and helped each other. Their relationship was very strange. Their experience was very complicated. They were together, pursuing eternity. Well, there was nothing wrong with it. If Sun Lang saw this scene, he would regret that there was no portable camera in the world. Otherwise, he would have taken a picture of it. Not only would he take a picture, but he would also draw it. If this kind of national treasure was not sold hundreds of years later at a sky-high price of billions, he would be completely sorry for the performance of these two. The devil of the ancestor of the origin finally found that something was wrong. It made sense. Although it was a sword spirit, it did not know much about human affairs. However, it had the memories it had obtained from Sun Lang. In those memories that were as vast as the sea but completely useless, in addition to the large number of scenes of men and women having sex, there were also some terrifying and taboo scenes. Those scenes were seen by Sun Lang occasionally. The devil could even feel the panic of Sun Lang at that time through those memories. It was a kind of anger of getting into the wrong car. Therefore, the devil of the ancestor of the origin actually understood quite well, even if Lingmu Li's body was just a dead body, even if this was not a real possession, even if the power of the devil of the ancestor of the origin did not matter at all in this situation, combined with Sun Lang's forbidden memories, he still shuddered. You. What's wrong with you? Without waiting for the emperor to answer, he probed the emperor's body with his huge divine thoughts. The blood flow was accelerated, the breathing rate was accelerated, the face was congested, the lower body was congested, and the hormone secretion was abnormal. He had seen a lot of this situation. When he was in the army, Sun Lang often hid in bed at night to do something. At that time, his physical state was similar to the emperor's now. But this was not the problem. Sun Lang had a lewd smile on his face as he looked at the erotic pictures while moving. He was normal. Emperor, what are you doing now? His Majesty finally woke up. His eyes flashed with a look of horror, and he jumped up as if his buttocks were on fire. Then he bowed down. His expression was shocked and angry, and there was also an extremely complicated shame and strangeness. What's wrong with me? I seem to be a little unable to control myself. The devil of the origin took 3 steps back without a trace. This kind of thing. Don't even think about it. The emperor also understood the devil's eyes. He roared, "It's not what you think. I'm not interested in that kind of thing." Yes, Sun Lang must have done something. The devil of the origin flatly denied. It doesn't seem like it. With Sun Lang's temperament, although he will disgust you, he will not pay the price of disgust himself. Moreover, with your skills, the drug will not affect you. The emperor thought of the scene just now. Is it the holy fire sword? The devil denied it even faster this time. He said firmly, The holy fire sword does not have that kind of function. What a joke! He was the real devil sword of the origin. The emperor was angry. I don't know how I became like this. Or, I'll call a eunuch in for you? At this moment, Sun Lang suddenly raised his head from the copper sparrow terrace. I always feel that I seem to have overlooked something. Is it an illusion? Pongji and the others on the opposite side became nervous. Is there a mistake? Will the emperor fight back? Sun Lang couldn't remember what he had overlooked. Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, "That's impossible. The emperor's weakness is now caught by me, and he can't fight back." He thought for a moment. Unless he immediately runs to the Peaceful Life Palace and kills his mother, and then announces to the public that I was using the loudspeaker outside the palace and scared the Empress Dowager to death. If he does that, I will be a little passive. Princess Pingyang whispered, "Master, that's my grandmother." Chapter 1030. It was impossible for the emperor to kill his mother. At least not now. After all, his mother did not kiss his boyfriend. Nor did she suck him. The Empress Dowager of the Empire had nothing to do with the ancestor the devil. And the trouble caused by the chronogram sword palace continued to expand. The heavenly strategies emperor concubine washed her body as quickly as possible. She had rubbed her entire body for hundreds of years, and her white jade-like skin was suffused with a strange red color. She also smoked incense 3 times. Then, she forcefully suppressed her murderous intent to send troops to kill Sun Lang. Under the persuasion of the officials, she chose to enter the palace for an audience. Tonight, the emperor and his daughter were really in the same boat. They suffered great grievances in the hands of the same man. The emperor's heart was defiled by Sun Lang. Empress's body was defiled by Sun Lang. It was terrible. That man. And Empress's grievances were more than that. When she entered the palace, the emperor had not yet struggled out of the sudden gay atmosphere. Although he and the devil were the noblest and most powerful individuals in the world, they still knew little about this taboo area that only Fujoshis knew. In addition, they were both involved, so it was even more embarrassing. The ancestor the devil didn't understand much at first, and with the misdirection of Sun Lang's memory, the misunderstanding became more and more profound. After all, General Sun didn't even know about the affairs between men and women, so how could he understand the affairs between gays? At most, he received some terrible settings such as the emperor attacking the immortal, the long and the submissive, which just brainwashed the ancestor the devil who didn't know anything. Based on Sun Lang's experience, the ancestor the devil inferred a conclusion. Those extraordinary men of noble birth, well-proportioned body, handsome appearance, and powerful ability were more likely to have taboo feelings for another extraordinary, charming, peerless genius, and world-famous extraordinary man. At the very least, that was the case in Sun Lang's memory. All of them were cultivation geniuses, domineering CEOs, sons of aristocratic families, peerless musicians, and so on. If they were placed outside, they would be snatched up by flirtatious sluts. Yet, they did not like women and instead developed strange feelings for another extraordinary man. This kind of setting was very puzzling. It seemed that the more outstanding a man was, the more he would look down on the opposite sex. After all, the male protagonists in Sun Lang's memories were all outstanding men of the world. They were all very good-looking, and none of them were fat and detestable. Could be seen that fat people had no human rights. Women didn't like it, and men disliked it even more. But that was not the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem was the emperor's strange behavior. There was also the emperor's persona. High and mighty, lonely, domineering, and unbridled. He was extraordinarily talented, thought highly of himself, and was very handsome. They fit perfectly. Therefore, the devil ancestor Yuan deeply misunderstood. There's something wrong with this guy's gaze. It seems like I've met him before. With such an idea, The devil ancestor Yuan suddenly said, "Goodbye." He occupied the body of Lingmu Li just to facilitate his actions. This old body really did not satisfy him. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, it could not be a reason for the emperor to do whatever he wanted. Then he shook his body and was about to disappear. The emperor hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." Lingmu Li stopped, and his expression was a little strange. He took a deep look at the emperor and said slowly, "As I said, I am willing to take responsibility for what happened tonight. As long as you say the word, I can immediately give up this body and leave it behind." What did he mean? The emperor did not understand for a while. But soon he figured it out. The king of Huda flew into a rage and said, "Get out! Get out!" The devil ancestor slipped away. It was not hard to imagine that the awkward atmosphere would last for some time until the two extremely shrewd and forbearing individuals decided to ignore the matter at the same time. When the devil ancestor Yuan ran away, the emperor suddenly felt more aggrieved. He felt the changes in his body, and his heart was even more frightened. Although he and the devil ancestor Yuan were partners, there were some things that could not be shared. For example, when he tore open the memorial and the flame broke out, he did not feel anything strange. But when the devil ancestor Yuan's hand pressed on his shoulder, the terrible throbbing that was almost enough to shake the soul swept through his whole body like an electric current, making him stiff. This is 2F** King scary. And there was something even more terrible. The devil ancestor Yuan's hand left his shoulder and then slipped away. He suddenly felt that the flame in his body was several times more intense. The emperor felt that his soul was trembling. Previously, he had insisted that it was Sun Lang's doing, but in fact, he had done it on purpose. He was very clear that the possibility of Sun Lang doing something was very small, because when the ball of flame exploded, the scorching heat had already invaded his skin, and at that time, he did not feel any suspicious changes. Until Lingmu Li's hand pressed on his shoulder. He started to go to work. What did this mean? What did this mean? The emperor screamed wildly in his heart. He was shocked and angry, bewildered and shocked. If there were suspicions, the devil ancestor Yuan was 10,000 times bigger than Sun Lang, but the question was, why did it do this? For a while, many possibilities flashed through the emperor's mind. The emperor of the empire fell into deep thought and was puzzled. The doubts in front of him were even more troublesome than the Tianyuan War. He thought hard, and then felt that the flame in his body was burning more and more. This sudden strong impulse caught the emperor, who was tired of sleeping with women and cultivating his moral character, off guard. In fact, the emperor, who was not too old, was considering whether to turn over a sign and order a concubine to serve him. Just then, Feng Yongting's soft voice came from outside the hall. Empress Tensei had entered the palace. The emperor was very angry. It was like a child who had grown to 3 or 4 years old. He was very noisy, very naughty, very curious, and very difficult to deal with, so that it took most of the husband and wife's energy. One day, it took a few hours to finally coax the child to sleep, so the husband and wife were holding and nibbling together. When they were tearing each other's clothes passionately, the naughty child at home opened his eyes again. What were Mom and Dad doing? It was probably this kind of mood. And tonight, His Majesty the Emperor was in a very bad mood. As the most honorable iron-straight man in the world, he found that he seemed to be played by a terrible gay. How could he not be angry? He was so angry that he naturally wanted to vent his anger on others. Empress came to the door, and naturally received a lot of angry scolding. After all, venting their anger on their children was the common characteristic of all naughty parents. As the most selfish, overbearing, and incompetent parent in the world, the Emperor was very familiar with this kind of thing. Empress was scolded, and felt very wronged in her heart. After all, she was facing Sun Lang's tyrannical abuse alone tonight. She was used by this bastard who was full of thorns and was really weak, wronged, and helpless. She wanted to throw away her pride and fight with that bastard, but in the end the tables were turned. The 7 or 8 scattered iron cans ejected a terrible dark force, more terrible than 100 Disvidas added together, and gave Empress a heavy weight that she could not bear. She immediately set off for the palace. In addition to reporting to the emperor and gaining his trust, she also had the thought of complaining to her father, although it was just a subconscious thought. After all, it was undoubtedly the classic thinking of many second-generation children to go to their parents when they could not solve a problem. But she did not feel love from her father, because the emperor's current state was really terrible and a little strange. The lust in His Majesty's heart had not dissipated. Although he was forcefully suppressing it with his profound power, his breathing was uncontrollably rapid because that terrible lust had not disappeared. If Sun Lang knew about this, he would be extremely surprised. That day in the imperial garden, Sun Lang reached out his hand to the emperor in anger, but there was no change. Tonight, he used the same trick again, and the emperor actually fell for it. The key must be Ling Mu Li's hand. Unfortunately, Sun Lang did not know, at least not now. Otherwise, he would definitely associate and speculate a lot of things. Empress knelt on the cold stone floor, lowered her head, and endured her father's anger. She bit her lips as a sense of defeat, loss, and anger filled her heart. Ever since she was young, she had rarely encountered such a thunderous reprimand. She had always been her father's most desirable child. She felt extremely wronged and even had the urge to cry. Because she had suffered an unimaginable defeat and humiliation tonight, and after rushing into the palace, she had been attacked by her father. No one comforted her, no one understood her, only people targeted her, only people harshly scolded her. Empress hung her head and did not say a word, forcefully holding back her tears. She had stopped crying a long time ago, much less now. She tried to calm her heart and suppress her anger and dissatisfaction. She forced herself to calm down and not be affected by indifferent emotions. She tried to explain to herself that her father must be very angry, so he took it out on her. Right now, she just needed to be scolded. After he wakes up, he will not say anything, but he will feel guilty in his heart. I just suffered some grievances, and there will be better compensation. Thinking like this, she felt much more relaxed. Yes, that's it. Let her father continue scolding her. When his anger subsides, she will think of something else. At least, she must tell her father about Sun Lang's plan and that strange ability. To be able to easily deal with women. I still do not believe that he can control that ability at will. After all, before this, his instinctive resistance to women could not be fake. He was not like this before. There was also some news that Zhang Sun Wuji received later. The reason why Sun Lang changed his mind in the Jupiter Sword Palace, that strange sigh, and that woman, it was no longer the time to hold back. She must carefully discuss it with her father, Empress, who was thinking like this, suddenly heard a strange sound. It was the sound of heavy breathing. At some point, her father's scolding had stopped. There was only the sound of increasingly heavy breathing left. Although he tried his best to hide it, Empress could hear it. Therefore, General Tensei raised her head, her breathing stopped. Even if she was a famous general of Tianyuan, even if she had experienced countless dangerous battles, even if she had cultivated a deep shrewdness, at this moment, Empress also felt a bone-deep coldness and fear. She saw her father's gaze. Her father sat on the dragon throne, looking at her, looking at his daughter. His gaze made Empress's scalp go numb. What kind of gaze could make a Grand General Tensei feel afraid? It was not a gaze of disappointment. It was not a gaze that contained killing intent. These could only make her feel fear and waver, but not fear. True fear was something that was beyond one's expectations, incomprehensible and unknown. In an instant, Empress thought of Sun Lang, thought of those extremely boring stories he had told her. For example, there was a story called A Father's Love Was Like a Mountain. It was a very disgusting and boring story. It was about a pharmacist who had an accident when he was studying pharmacology. He was poisoned and lost his ability as a man. However, after he remarried, he unexpectedly found that he had developed a terrifying impulse towards the daughter that his new wife had brought with her. This story was certainly not in line with the mainstream values of the empire. Not only did Empress dislike it, but the old lechers in the army also disliked it. This husband and son-in-law was simply beastly and was despised by the world. But at this moment, Empress felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her father's gaze was full of strange and terrifying things. Any daughter who saw her father showing such a gaze would definitely feel incomparably terrified and fearful. The father who was supposed to shelter her from all the wind and rain. The Empress concubine tried her best to calm down. Imperial father? The Emperor slowly stood up. He looked down at his daughter who was kneeling on the ground. His most beloved daughter, his most beautiful treasure, his future, his hope. Not long after that plan succeeded, he would be able to extend his life forever, complete his eternal rule, and have an eternal empire. And this body was the body that he had carefully cultivated. So perfect, so young, so charming. His eyes flashed with greed and obsession. The Emperor wanted to take over his daughter's body to achieve his dream of immortality. He had prepared for this for a long time, which meant that he had long regarded Empress's body as his own private possession, as his most precious treasure. He had to watch over it every day and care about it every day. Even if this emotion was very pure, did not involve any lust, and was only related to the path of immortality, human beings were human beings after all, a pitiful species controlled by hormones. Especially now in this special situation. Moreover, this kind of twisted emotion had gradually become deformed. Sure, the Emperor suddenly took a step forward. The Empress concubine was like a frightened rabbit as she jumped backwards. Her tall and slender figure made a stunning arc in the air as she retreated backwards. Her female instincts urged her to protect herself. The Emperor frowned. "What are you doing?" Empress Tensei took a deep breath. "Father, it's not early anymore. Since you are fine, I will leave now." Tonight's incident was very serious. Mother and grandmother may have been frightened. I have to go and greet them. He pointed out his daughter's identity and mentioned Empress and Empress Dowager. Empress didn't have many ways to deal with the Emperor. The Emperor looked at his daughter and suddenly smiled strangely. "What's the hurry?" Chapter 1031. It was an empty palace. There was no outsider. There was only a terrified daughter and a twisted father. This was a desperate secret room that even the throat-breaking hero would not come to. After all, it was the palace and the royal family's business. The palace maids and eunuchs had been sent far away. After all, there was a consensus that the less people knew, the safer they would be. Here, all secrets must be secrets, and they must rot in the stomach. Nothing happened in the palace tonight. Even Feng Yongting retreated far away, keeping the most appropriate distance. Because this eunuch ancestor who had been favored by the Emperor for decades clearly abided by one belief. He repeatedly reminded himself that the Emperor did not trust anyone. Of course he, a humble eunuch, was no exception. In the huge palace, only the father and daughter with the most honorable status in the world stared at each other. The Empress concubine's palms began to sweat. Even with her adaptability and quick-wittedness, she was also frightened and helpless at this moment. Sun Lang said that the greatest fear came from the unknown, and this was indeed the unknown. Because the impasse and crisis she was facing was something she had never considered before. Father's eyes made her feel terrified. That was the way a man looked at a woman. It was a look full of possessiveness, naked and very familiar. This kind of look originated from the most primitive desire of males. It often appeared in the eyes of brothel patrons, in the eyes of perverts, in the eyes of evil people, and in the eyes of those hedonistic sons of rich families. But it should never appear in the eyes of a father. A father should not look at his daughter like this. This was human relations, this was morality, this was the bottom line of why people were human. Even the emperor, even the royal family, could not cross this bottom line. At least, Empress thought so. She knew that countless disgusting things had happened in this palace, and some were even beyond the imagination of people, crazy and unbelievably twisted. However, knowing about it was one thing, and becoming a member of it was another thing altogether. For the position of the crown prince, in order to become the emperor of this empire one day, she could make a decision. She could give up a lot. She could close her heart and give up the people she loved. As a member of the royal family, she had long learned to examine, weigh, make a decision, and give up. But this kind of thing, it was absolutely unacceptable. The emperor in front of him moved. He walked towards his daughter. Empress was retreating. Why are you retreating? Stop right there. The bright candlelight shone on his face. The sovereign of the empire was as majestic as ever. The foundation of the country gave him the aura of a tyrant who could command the world. His brilliant martial arts gave him a sharp aura of disdain for everything. The envoys of the other countries all gave the highest evaluation to the Emperor of Hutu. They all thought that he was a majestic, handsome, and great emperor who was born with the aura of being able to make people submit to him. As the saying goes, one's words are the law. Once one's words are spoken, no one would dare to disobey. But Empress was still retreating. The emperor narrowed his eyes and raised his voice slightly. Sure? The flickering flames in his eyes became even more ferocious. Empress quietly clenched her fist. She didn't know what to say and could only force herself to say, "Father." The emperor stretched out his hand. "Come here, let me see you." This was his daughter. He watched her grow up day by day and become a valiant heroine. That beautiful face, that tall figure, that dignified temperament, that peerless elegance, this body was the most outstanding and had the most potential in the entire royal family. It was where his hope of immortality lay. This body would soon belong to him completely. A beautiful and exquisite treasure. It couldn't be damaged in the slightest. It must be carefully cared for and maintained. The secret method of retaining one's beauty and strengthening one's body, the rare secret medicine that was hard to find in the world, and the palace maids who were good at serving and maintaining. He had made arrangements and preparations a long time ago. He searched for everything with the power of the emperor. He wanted to carve the treasure that belonged to him into a peerless and perfect one. He paid attention to the progress and appreciated the result. Every day, he had to read the report and see his sure. Seeing her become more and more beautiful, stronger and more perfect, growing into what he wanted. He couldn't help but tremble slightly at the thought that this perfect body would belong to him one day. Humans were humans after all. This kind of emotion would slowly distort over time. Even the emperor himself couldn't detect this kind of distortion. But as long as there was a catalyst, all of this would suddenly explode. Just like now, he walked towards his daughter step by step. He still maintained the bearing of an emperor, but it was only on the surface. Because his blood was still boiling, his brain was still trembling, and his eyes were burning with a strange flame. That was a twisted desire. Yes, desire. He longed for this body. He longed for this body, longed for this perfect treasure. He was already tired of observing in the dark. He wanted to test it himself. Anyway, it will be mine sooner or later, right? His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He rushed towards Empress. "My daughter." Empress was already prepared. She suddenly dodged. She wasn't a weak princess, but a famous general who had made meritorious contributions on the Tianyuan battlefield. Not only did she have the decisiveness of a general, but she also had a lot of experience on the battlefield. All of this was incomparable to the emperor who lived in the palace. She shouted in a low voice, "Father, what are you doing? What am I doing?" The emperor missed and laughed. "Come here, I want to take a good look at you," Empress said resolutely. "Father, it's getting late. I will leave now. Father, please rest early." The only thing she could do now was to leave. But before she moved, the emperor had already rushed over again. He let out a cold laugh. "It's getting late. Sure, why don't you rest in the palace, just like before?" Empress jumped up again and rushed towards the door. There was no one around, but Feng Yongting, that old dog, was not far away. As long as there was an outsider, father would definitely have some scruples. At that time, at this moment, there was a rapid sound of wind behind her. "What?" Empress subconsciously counterattacked with her elbow. With a bang, her elbow collided with the emperor's right palm. Her body shook slightly. She only felt that the power of this palm was deep and strange. Before she could think carefully, the emperor's left hand had already attacked. The palm technique was fleeting, but the power of the palm was deep. It was one of the top techniques in the world. The emperor's power was deep and controlled the world. Empress was both a daughter and a subject. She had been under her father's shadow for a long time, so her power was already weak. When she encountered this kind of blatant sexual harassment, she only thought of running away instead of kicking this old pervert's balls. Even if she fought, how could she dare to fight against the emperor with all her strength? One wrong thought and she lost the opportunity. She thought that her father had lived in the palace for a long time and had never fought with a strong enemy. Even if he had the cultivation of the palace's resources, his combat ability would not be strong. But who knew that as soon as they started fighting, the emperor's strange techniques would surge out. His attack and defense were like that of a master. She was definitely not his opponent. She cried out in her heart and hurriedly counterattacked. However, she had already lost the opportunity. After a dozen moves, her right hand went numb. Then it was her left hand. In the middle of the night in the palace, there was a scandal that was enough to shock the world. His Majesty the Emperor grabbed his daughter's hands, as if he was forcing a good woman. His eyes, expression, and face became more and more distorted. Empress tried to use her internal strength to try and break free from the Emperor's grip. However, the other party's vigorous strength was like an invisible iron hoop, firmly holding her hands in place. The princess's heart was filled with great panic and helplessness. At this moment, she was not the general of Tensei, nor was she a heroine. She was only a girl, a daughter. The person who was holding her was her father, who was strong and gave her a sense of security. Now, it was as if they had met for the first time. For a girl, there was nothing more terrifying than this. She could only helplessly shout, "Father, please let go of me." Let go? Why should I let go? As a father, what's wrong with holding my daughter's hand? The Emperor spoke faster and faster. "Sure, why are you running? Why are you resisting? Why are you resisting your father? Do you think I will harm you? You are Zhen's daughter, Zhen's treasure. Among Zhen's many children, Zhen likes you the most. Zhen will teach you, Zhen will nurture you, Zhen will raise you, Zhen will make you a person above others, the pride and example of the imperial family." His eyes were wide open and he was panting. His eyes were obviously bloodshot. His breath blew on Empress Concubine's face. He forcefully held his daughter's wrist, pulling her forcefully as if he wanted to hug Empress Concubine in his embrace. His body trembled and trembled. It was close at hand. The body that he dreamed of, the treasure that made him unable to sleep at night, his hope for immortality, all his efforts so far, the regret that the previous emperors could not achieve was right in front of him. Good. 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 But my daughter, why are you struggling? Why are you resisting? Why are you showing a disgusted expression? I am your father, your emperor, your everything. Let go. Empress said sternly, "You are the emperor of the country, the role model of the people. Yes. These words were like oil splashed on the fire in the Emperor's body. He laughed wildly. I will achieve great things that no one has ever done before. The country will last for thousands of years. And you have to submit to me. Listen to me. Please me. His eyes flashed with fanaticism, and an extremely ugly possessiveness had already crawled on his face. He pulled Empress hard, and endless words came out of his mouth. I am your father. I made you. You have to repay me. You are my treasure, I am your everything. You will obey me, and I will give you everything you want. The ambition that you dream of, and the throne that you can't forget. He hissed, You have done so many things, isn't it all for all of this? Empress's struggle suddenly stopped. She looked at her father in a daze, and then her body began to tremble. She suddenly laughed, and there was sadness and anger in her laughter. She whispered, I gave up on him in exchange for this? The Emperor was startled at first, and then he understood Empress's words. He was even angrier and said loudly, I knew you still have feelings for that traitor. Before he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly flashed. 3 steps away, the Empress concubine revealed a blade-like gaze. She whispered, Father, don't insult me. The Tianyuan blade appeared. This was the peerless weapon that His Majesty personally bestowed to Empress Tensei. It was named after a great battle to recognize her contribution to the world as a member of the royal family. It was one of the most powerful imperial army of the empire. It was even strong enough to fight against the 7 luminaries' sacred sword. Empress finally summoned her imperial army. The peerless weapon suddenly burst out a stunning arc of light. The Emperor was the first to bear the brunt. He couldn't help but let go of his daughter's wrist and staggered back. He was shocked and angry in his heart. Was she going to kill the Emperor? But the next moment there was a sudden change. Empress summoned the Tianyuan blade in a state of shock. The peerless weapon sensed the change in the master's mood, and the magnificent blade energy burst out and swept the retreating Emperor. With the Emperor's cultivation at this time, he naturally wouldn't be hurt. But when the power of the Tianyuan blade touched his body, it immediately changed. The blade energy entered the Emperor's body and caused a chain reaction. The burning firewood disappeared. The firewood was gone, and the fire was about to be extinguished. The twisted desire was quickly annihilated, and gloominess and calmness returned to the Emperor's body. The Emperor of the Empire widened his eyes, and the scenes that had happened before flashed in his mind. He still remembered what he had done and what he had said. And his daughter in front of him. What was going on? Empress held the Tianyuan blade and looked at her father not far away. She had already noticed the change in her father. She found that her father's expression had gradually calmed down and the shock in his eyes. But so what? She had already taken out the blade. She had said those words, and her father had done those things. Things had come to this. Senran's murderous intent emerged uncontrollably. Because things had come to this. Explanation, forgiveness, and relief would never exist in the dictionary of the royal family. Everyone's memory was very, very good except for the dead. Empress clenched the blade in her hand. But the next moment, there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside, and Feng Yongting's voice came in. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? This old servant heard some noise. Empress's heart was shaken. She calmed down. The Tianyuan blade had caused a lot of noise. Not to mention Feng Yongting, who was about to arrive, many masters in the palace must have noticed something. Moreover, her father had concealed his martial arts and strength. It was uncertain whether she could succeed quickly, and even if she succeeded, she wouldn't be able to cover it up. She didn't have a deep foundation in the palace. Tensei province wasn't ready for an uprising. She had many brothers. Most importantly, Sun Lang. If she succeeded, the happiest person would be Sun Lang. The Empress concubine thought of this and made her decision. She took a deep look at the Emperor, withdrew the Tianyuan blade, and bowed. "Father, I'll take my leave." Then she pushed the door open and left without hesitation. The emperor looked at her back in a daze. He was also very confused. A moment later, Feng Yongting had already rushed in. Seeing that the emperor was fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he saw the mess in the imperial study. Those were the marks made by the Tianyuan blade. Eunuch Feng immediately lowered his head. "Your Majesty, Empress." The emperor's eyes changed intensely, and finally he sighed slowly. Let her go. He also wanted to kill and detain Empress. But he knew his daughter. Sure, wasn't someone who would sit still and wait for death. If she was intercepted, she would use all her strength to activate the Tianyuan blade and let Sun Lang know. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was what happened to her just now. Chapter 1032. Empress walked alone in the silent and cold Forbidden Palace. General Tensei was the most beloved daughter of the current emperor and the pride of the imperial family. She had special privileges that all the other princes envied, including the right to walk freely in the palace. The emperor's 9 gates let her in one by one. The guards did not stop her. They were already used to the princess entering and leaving the palace freely, whether it was early in the morning or late at night. Moreover, Empress had entered the palace tonight because of the big event that had happened before. That kind of thing was not to be tainted by it. They watched as the majestic and beautiful Empress concubine left. Their eyes were filled with admiration and intoxication. The princess of the imperial family, the great general of the imperial court, the beauty that covered the entire capital, and the unparalleled talent. What a perfect person, what a noble woman! It was as if all the beautiful things in the world were on her. Unfortunately, to them, this was just an unattainable dream. They could only watch the noble and beautiful figure calmly leave and smell the delicate fragrance in the air. Empress was expressionless. This was the imperial city, once her home. From birth until now, she had been to the imperial palace countless times. She could walk the entire way in and out of the palace with her eyes closed. She grew up here until she moved to Tensei province. She had ambitions. One day, she would come back and live here as the master of the imperial palace, ruling over the world. One day, she would become the master of the imperial palace. With this thought, she had always looked at the imperial palace as the future master, looking at the familiar grass and trees. At least, it was like this until yesterday. But now everything had changed. The familiar walls, the familiar halls, the familiar vermilion gates, and the familiar guards. This was once her home, this was the place she dreamed of becoming the master. In the past, she walked here as if she was taking a stroll, as if she was a queen inspecting her future territory. But now, her mentality was different. The imperial palace in her eyes had changed. Darkness, danger, and a terrible smell in the air. A terrifying monster seemed to be lurking in the darkness, dripping disgusting saliva and sharpening its sharp claws and teeth. Everything was different. The inner court of the imperial palace seemed to have become a terrifying trap, a cage, and a graveyard. Countless malicious gazes were looking at her, letting out horrifying chuckles. Corner of her world had collapsed tonight. Her imperial father had shown her an unprecedented side of himself, showing her the taboo darkness in his heart. Instinctively her mind sensed the terrible danger. Everything had become unfamiliar to him. Empress walked out of the palace alone, towards the vast imperial capital. Her footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and there was no expression on her face, but she was already extremely vigilant. Perhaps in the next moment, a silent and powerful expert would rush out from behind, to the side, or from outside the wall to attack her, knock her down, control her, and bring her to a strange and terrifying place. Then, she would have to face her father again. It must be an endless nightmare. She couldn't even imagine what she would encounter. But she could only take one step at a time, warily, and leave the court. Empress suddenly felt very ironic. This was because, at this very moment, she was facing a threat from her imperial father. She could not rely on her martial arts and wisdom, and the capable people under her command in Tensei province were not by her side. She was almost in the most dangerous predicament. Her greatest reliance, the trump card that could make her imperial father hesitate, was the man she had once betrayed. Sun Lang. She sighed inwardly, feeling an unprecedented sorrow and helplessness. The heavenly origin blade was ready to be used at any time. If she encountered any danger, she could summon this imperial weapon that was comparable to the 7 luminaries with just a thought. Then, she could slash out a brilliant and blazing blade energy that rushed into the sky. With Sun Lang's strength, he would definitely notice what was happening here. He himself represented a great variable, and only this man could make the Emperor have some misgivings. This was truly the greatest irony. The gate of heaven influence opened. The imperial guards bowed. The Empress concubine stepped out of the imperial city's boundary. She subconsciously turned her head back. The palace gates were like the giant mouth of a monster, swallowing all souls and joy. It would never be satisfied. She thought of that night, when Prince Zhongshuan knelt below the long steps and let out a cold and bitter curse. At this time, Empress could already feel the feelings of her stupid and incompetent brother at that time. This imperial palace, this court, this country, was nothing but a cruel and tyrannical person's chessboard. At that time, she actually felt that she was an exception. Figures flashed in front of her. The Tensei officials who had been standing guard outside hurriedly came to greet her. They all had a relieved expression and seemed very relieved. Qin Qiong said in a low voice, "Your Highness, did it go well?" Looking at these familiar faces, looking at these brothers who had gone through life and death with her, Empress's heart ached. She almost shed tears. She said in a low voice, "Let's go back." She was escorted back to the Heavenly Policy residence by the officials. This was her home. Home was the safest place, the most reassuring place, the place where she could vent her emotions. Empress did not communicate with the officials. She ordered the entire residence to be under martial law and returned to her bedroom. The candles were extinguished, and the maids were all driven out. The noblest and most powerful woman in the empire sat on the ground without a care for her image. Her eyes were constantly changing, and her lips were slightly trembling. Her tense nerves relaxed somewhat, and the crazy sense of danger subsided slightly. Everything that happened in the imperial palace flashed through Empress's mind from beginning to end. The Emperor's eyes, the Emperor's actions, the Emperor's words, and the Emperor's desires. Everything was like the deepest nightmare, imprinted in the deepest part of her memory. Empress leaned against the wall and hugged her knees with her hands. Like a little girl who had heard a scary ghost story, she curled up in fear and trembled. Disgusting. Irritated. She wanted to vomit. Father's face lingered in her mind. Those eyes that were filled with desire, those heavy breaths, her face was still filled with the memories of that time. Imperial Father's face was very close to hers. Imperial Father's hot breath was blowing on her face. So disgusting, that gaze. She pressed down hard on her chest, her stomach churning and churning. "I've done so many things. For your favor, for the position of the crown prince, I closed my heart, sacrificed my decision, gave up the most beautiful things, gave up all my fantasies, and paid the most painful price. I want to be the Emperor. I want to follow in your footsteps, take over the banner of Empress Tu from your hands, build greater achievements, and give the people peace for eternity. You said that the throne was stained with blood and sin. If you want to get something, you have to give it up. You said that only a painful sacrifice is a true sacrifice. My heart ached. I killed the most precious treasure with my own hands. I thought I would never regret it. But what did you do? Why did you do it? What did you want to do?" The Emperor's roar echoed in her ears. "I knew you still have feelings for that traitor. Don't insult me. Father, I thought you understood. The throne is both a power and a burden. For the sake of this country, I have paid the heaviest price. I mourned, cried, and grieved. After dawn, I will transcend the mortal world and walk forward alone. No one will know my pain, and no one will understand my actions. This is the price of being an emperor. This is what you told me personally. This is what you have done in the past. You should know that I will never regret it. But what did you say? What did you do? How could you do this? Why did you do this? The Empress concubine clutched her clothes tightly and curled up. She breathed in and out. In one night, a cruel nightmare suddenly descended upon her. She found it hard to breathe. She was so annoyed that she wanted to vomit. She recalled everything that happened tonight. She was shocked, she was sad, she was in despair, she was crazy. The killing intent that had not dissipated in her heart was constantly sprouting. Kill you, she muttered. She was betrayed and deceived. Everything she had done so far became meaningless, because things had already happened. The things the Emperor had done to her, she had drawn her sword against him. The imperial family had no trust or understanding. The imperial family only remembered and suspected. The moment she had summoned the Tianyuan sword, many things had changed forever. No matter why the Emperor had become like that, he would never forget that sword. In other words, she had lost the Emperor's trust and favor forever. This meant that the Emperor's throne was far away from her. Unless she went to get it herself. She had to get it or die on this path. She would not regret it or look back. That was the only way. The sorrow and confusion in Empress's eyes gradually turned into killing intent and determination. That was the only way. That was the only way. That was the only way to go. Sun Lang, she whispered this name. Her beautiful memories, her heartbeat and joy, her happiest days, the person who was most worthy of her love, everything had become a bloody sacrifice in exchange for a false promise. Her efforts had been trampled on, her sacrifice had been despised, and the path she once firmly believed in had been cut off. Someone had to pay the price. In the imperial palace, the Emperor was still sitting in the study in a daze. The devil Yuan returned and looked at the mess in the room. He was surprised. I sensed the power fluctuation of the Tianyuan's sword. What's going on? The Emperor glanced at his partner coldly. He had been thinking for a long time. Why would he be controlled by the sudden desire? Why would he show his desire for Empress? Why would his state of mind change? He already had doubts in his heart. The ancestor devil spirit frowned and said, "Could it be that she has found some clues? Why didn't you stop her?" The Emperor of Hutu did not pay attention to this question. He pondered for a moment, looked calm, and said loudly to the outside, "Feng Yongting, write an edict." The devil's figure disappeared, and Eunuch Feng's voice soon sounded, "Your Majesty, what's the imperial edict?" The Emperor said faintly, "The foundation of the country, the establishment of a crown prince." Chapter 1033. The next morning. Melodious music and gentle singing drifted through the Luan Feng and Ming pavilion. After the talented and beautiful young ladies woke up, they began their daily training as usual. Some of them were stretching their voices, while others were playing the zither. Beauties woke up in the morning, and it was like 100 flowers blooming in spring. The air was filled with charm and gentleness. This was the so-called land of warmth and tenderness. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was known as the #1 brothel in the capital. It was the benchmark of the Hutu service industry. The quality of its hardware and software was the best in the capital. The chefs they hired were not inferior to the imperial kitchen. They carefully prepared a sumptuous breakfast and brought it to the 7th floor. It was to provide the noble and powerful General Shunsei with energy for the day, so that he could start a new day of his life as a rebel. Sun Lang finished the porridge in his bowl. "How was your sleep last night?" Princess Pingyang pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at her master who was so close to her. She could reach out her hand and touch his cheek. It was like a dream. What was there to be dissatisfied with? She said softly, "I've never felt better than now." Zhang Zhao also said, "The bedding is much softer than the one in the capital. It's very comfortable and quiet." Sun Lang nodded and said to the cat lady, "After eating, call Pongji and Android over." Before he finished speaking, he frowned. Zhang Zhao's cat ears twitched slightly. Chaotic footsteps could be heard. It sounded like a large group of people were going upstairs. Sun Lang was puzzled. Are they paying their respects? When did they become so filial? The sound of footsteps rushed over. The frequency was very fast, and the footsteps were very urgent. The person at the front was almost running. He rushed over in a few steps, and then began to bang on the door. Sun Lang shouted, "Bang your mother! I'm getting my morning erection." The person who knocked on the door was Pongji. His voice was very exasperated. "Erection your mother! Open the door! Something's wrong." Sun Lang gave Zhang Zhao a look, and Zhang Zhao floated up, opened the door and moved to the side. Sun Lang's henchmen rushed in like a swarm of bees, as if they were paparazzi who had caught news of a high-ranking official's love affairs. General Shensei picked up a piece of pastry and glanced at them. "Look at you guys. It's like the sky has fallen. What's wrong? Did the emperor pass away?" Princess Pingyang glanced at him, her eyes filled with resentment. The generals of the Heaven's origin sector seemed to have been influenced by General Shent's calmness that was like the moon illuminating the river. The shock and uneasiness in their hearts were slightly calmed down. Pongji shook his head and said, "That is not the case." Sun Lang snorted. "Then why are you panicking? What happened?" Pongji took a deep breath and said, "His Majesty will appoint the Crown Prince." Sun Lang was stunned for a moment. He nodded and sneered, "So fast? Interesting, interesting. Looks like His Majesty is anxious." "How interesting! Looking at you guys, the outer court has already exploded?" Pongji said in a low voice, "Yes, all the high-ranking officials in the imperial court have been alarmed. Memorials have been sent to the office of transmission like snowflakes. Some people are dancing in ecstasy, while others are loudly objecting. There are even officials who have already knelt outside the gate of heaven influence. Everyone is arguing. Even the first-rank officials are blocked outside the palace gate. They are unable to see the Crown Prince." Sun Lang said calmly, "The appointment of the Crown Prince is a fight over the foundation of the country. It concerns everyone's victory or defeat in the stock market." The Emperor suddenly jumped out to take advantage of the situation. "Some people want to go to the rooftop, so there will definitely be a commotion. The main thing is that it happened too quickly and caught everyone off guard. There were no signs at all. Everyone's expression became very strange. General, in fact." Pongji glanced at Android beside him. They both looked very much like Chief of the General Staff Hans Krebs and Director Alfred Jodl. Android continued, "The one who has been appointed as the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince, Jianqing." Sun Lang spat out all the pastries in his mouth. "What the F***ck? He was really shocked this time. What kind of operation is this? What happened? Why did it become like this?" Princess Pingyang also widened her eyes in surprise. "Eldest brother? Then. Everyone didn't have the time to tease Sun Lang about his heaven-collapsing bear appearance. The news that had suddenly burst out this morning had given them a fright. For this powerful country, the biggest threat actually came from within. The struggle for the position of Crown Prince meant that there would be many forces fighting openly and covertly. It was not a small matter. Everyone was waiting for Sun Lang to make a decision and make a decision. The appointment of the Crown Prince was a fight over the foundation of the country. It concerned the direction of the country's development in the next few decades and involved the lives of countless people. It was always the most important thing in the imperial court. With Sun Lang's current reputation and power, Shinto province was already qualified and necessary to participate in this fight. Sun Lang's eyes flashed as he pondered in his heart. He had information that others did not know, so he could see further than others. There must be something fishy about this. He suddenly asked, there must be a reason for the Emperor's actions. What happened last night? Everyone looked at him with strange expressions, especially Pongji and Android. Last night, someone found out that the Wood Sword Saint had faked his death and had a fight with a guy suspected to be the Sword Saint of the nation. He made a big scene in the Jupiter Sword Palace and used a loudspeaker to broadcast throughout the imperial capital. He made a big fuss about summoning the important officials to the palace to have an audience with the emperor and confront the Sword Saint of the nation. The governor, Bao Shiren, was so angry that he vomited blood. He talked nonsense in front of the people of the Sword Palace and the envoys from the palace. Then he retreated in order to advance. He pretended to compromise and secretly went to Tensei province to make a big scene. He even set up a trap for the emperor and sent a memorial to the palace to show off. That was what happened last night. Oh my God, I was right. The emperor must have been so angry that he lost his mind. Everyone felt as if they had discovered the truth. Sun Lang glared at them. What are you thinking? I mean, other than me? Everyone was deep in thought. A few of them wanted to say something. After the war, they became officials in the imperial court and entered the various departments of the imperial court. For example, Yen Song went to the Ministry of Rights and Pongji went to the censorate. This morning's news was too shocking. All the departments were in a mess and rumors were flying everywhere. Before this, they had used their own information channels to gather information. After all, some things could not be hidden. Yen Song said, "Let me. I heard that the Tensei general secretly entered the palace last night." Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. And then? Yen Song smiled bitterly. How can we find out what happened in the imperial palace? Now that we're making a fuss about the appointment of the crown prince, no one in the palace dares to say a word. Sun Lang said thoughtfully, "It seems that the secret meeting last night was the key. But what on earth was going on?" Others didn't know, but Sun Lang knew all too well. The Empress concubine was a delicacy in the eyes of the emperor. This old pervert wanted to live forever, so he set his sights on his own daughter. According to normal operations, the Empress concubine would definitely be made the Empress concubine the crown prince, and then he would seize her body without leaving a trace. Then he would be able to ascend to the throne as the new empress, continuing his dream of living forever and searching for the next reincarnation. Therefore, according to the normal operation, Empress should be chosen as the crown prince. Why did he choose the great prince? Why was this? Conspiracy? Misdirection? Another plan? Trick of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence? Countless speculations flashed through his mind. There was too little information to make effective speculations and thinking. It could only be said that the emperor's move was too cunning. It was simply self-destruction. Sun Lang thought for a moment and felt that he did not know where to start. He could only ask, "What about Tensei province?" Pongji replied, "Tensei province is closed to visitors. Many of Empress's business partners and political allies have come to visit, but they were all turned away. Of course, I don't know what happened in private." Everyone laughed coldly. Although Sun Lang didn't say exactly what had happened at Great Desolate Mountain, no one was stupid. 2 years of time was enough for smart people to have an idea. In addition, Sun Lang's attitude towards the emperor concubine after returning to the capital confirmed everyone's conjecture. Empress Tensei was the enemy, there was no doubt about it. For a member of the royal family who was talented and ambitious, the worst thing that could happen was to fail in the battle for the crown prince. It almost meant losing everything. The matter of the crown prince was clear. The position of crown prince was no longer empty. The prince who was appointed as the crown prince would become the future king. The legitimacy of his identity would be recognized by the country, the court, the emperor, and the world. He would bear great responsibility and have great power. With the recognition of the orthodox imperial power, the new crown prince's power would expand like never before. For his former competitors, this was undoubtedly a great crisis. In other words, Empress Tensei, the general of the empire, the emperor's favorite daughter, and the flower of the earth Hutu, who had great military power in peacetime, had her ambition to compete for the crown prince's position had been shattered. Her great reputation and achievements, the countless strange people under her command, her prestige in the military, and her foundation in the court would become a thorn in the crown prince's side. The speculators who bet on her would scatter and do their best to stop their losses. Even the emperor would do something to her to weaken her power and power. Because the emperor had already confirmed the future leader of the empire, for the sake of the stability of the country, he also had to remove the obstacles that might exist in the future for the crown prince. Compared to the stability of the country, the relationship between father and daughter was not worth mentioning. In other words, Empress's good days of abusing power and dominating the court had come to an end. For the generals of the Shunsei, it was simply a great joy. They felt excited, relieved, and happy. They wished they could grow wings and fly to Tensei province to see Empress's expression at this time. But only a few people remained calm and doubtful. Sun Lang pondered and said, "Empress went to see the emperor last night. Today, the emperor appointed his eldest son as the crown prince. I think there must be a connection. We have to find out the reason why the emperor was crazy." He asked again, "What about the crown prince?" Pongji replied, "He also closed his door and did not come out. He did not see any guest. Not even a fly could fly out of his residence." Sun Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "Introduce this candidate." Pongji looked at Yen Song. As an official of the Ministry of Rites, Yen Song had seen many lists of names, so he was very familiar with this. Although the crown prince is the eldest son, he is not Empress's son. He is talented, but that is all. His personal ability is only a sign of preservation in the royal family, not a peerless talent. He is not as good as Empress, and he is not even the best among the princes. His biggest reliance is his identity as the eldest son. He is known for his benevolence and generosity. When he writes a memorial, he is either asking for the people's lives or pleading with the emperor. In short, he is like a good person. Usually, he likes to smooth things over. Sun Lang smiled and said, "Benevolence and generosity, a good person's persona. He can be a benevolent ruler when he advances, and a virtuous king when he retreats. Everyone likes honest people. Even if he loses the battle for the position of crown prince, the new emperor will have to consider his reputation and the opinions of the court. He will most likely not kill him. Instead, he will make him a model." Imperial tutor Pang shook his head and said, "But the emperor does not like it. Although the crown prince's benevolence and generosity is useful, the emperor is benevolent and has a soft temperament. He is easily bullied by the officials. The current emperor is a man of great talent and bold vision. He has been powerful for a long time. Why would he like such an heir? Why would he let a prodigal son destroy the foundation he has built?" Sun Lang said playfully, "But this huge meat pie has indeed fallen on his head, and it happened so suddenly and without any warning. What does the emperor want to do?" No one could answer. This was probably a problem that troubled the entire court. It could be imagined that after this news spread, the entire imperial capital would fall into a great shock. Who knew how many think tanks and advisors were racking their brains, trying to think and deduce the truth behind this matter. In the silence, someone said softly, "Could it be that the emperor is showing weakness?" Everyone was shocked at first. Then, they looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Ma Shuriying. Meeting Sun Lang's gaze, Ma Shuying hesitated for a moment, but still continued, "Your enemy is Empress. There will be conflict, there will be war. In other words, if Empress becomes the crown prince, it will lead to your full counterattack. There will be no more days of peace in the court. But if it is the crown prince who is known for his benevolence," Sun Lang nodded and said, "so it is a stalling tactic." "No, maybe it is not." Ma Shuying lowered her eyes and said softly and calmly, "Empress has lost in the battle for the crown prince. His power and status will continue to weaken. With your means, you can definitely take advantage of the situation and suppress him until he can never rise again. The emperor has chosen a benevolent son as the crown prince. He already has the intention to preserve what he has, but has no desire to improve." Many people slowly frowned. Android's eyes became gloomy and he said, "What are you trying to say?" Ma Shuying took a deep breath. She raised her head and looked calmly at Sun Lang. In a low voice, she said, "I want to ask the marshal, what steps should we take? If the princess's power is gone, if the emperor admits defeat and gives in, if we have already won, what are you going to do next? What are you going to do? Yes, if Empress loses, if the emperor concedes, what is the marshal going to do next? Or what are you going to do next?" Confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. They were used to fighting under Sun Lang's command. After the marshal returned to the capital, they followed him as usual. But today, after Ma Shuying's reminder, they suddenly woke up. What is the marshal going to do? In other words, what is he going to do with his revenge? Is he going to make his opponents lose everything, or is he going to kill them all and take their lives? Is he going to dominate the court and control the court as a powerful minister, or is he going to put on the emperor's robe and seize the supreme power of the country and become the new emperor? All eyes were focused on Sun Lang, because following requires at least a direction and a goal. Chapter 1034. The atmosphere became heavy. Under such circumstances, such an abrupt question seemed a little inappropriate. Many gazes fell on Ma Shuying. They were suspicious, scrutinizing, hostile, dissatisfied, and angry. Ma Shuying, however, ignored the gazes around him and calmly looked at Sun Lang. Pangji saw that something was wrong and interjected, "It's not appropriate to talk about this now, after all, Princess Pingyang was still there. Were you going to discuss how to deal with her father and sister in front of her?" Ma Shuying said, "No, I think now is the most appropriate time." Android narrowed his triangular eyes, his face exuding a Sinran murderous aura. He said darkly, "Why didn't you say it earlier, later, or in private? Why did you have to say it now? What are you trying to do?" If not for the fact that they had fought side by side, he would have said even worse things. To question the commander-in-chief under such circumstances, to say something that spoiled the mood, and even arouse suspicion and unease in the hearts of the people, was a crime that would shake the morale of the army. In the past, he would have been executed. Moreover, in such a situation, it made people even more suspicious of Ma Shuying's intentions and motive. Princess Pingyang suddenly said in a low voice, "Master, I'll go out for a moment." Sun Lang waved his hand, indicating that she did not need to move. Shunsei sized up Ma Shuying, and the other party did not hesitate to look back. A moment later, the marshal placed his arm on the table and leaned forward. He looked at the other party and said, "We've fought together for several years. I know your background and your character. So explain." Ma Shuying replied, "Brothers have to have a plan in their hearts, otherwise the hearts of the people will be in chaos." Sun Lang's lips curved into a smile. "How will it be in chaos?" A sharp light flashed through the other party's eyes. He said in a low voice, "The Emperor will think of a way to make it chaotic." He stared at Sun Lang and said, "If I don't say it today, perhaps tomorrow, the Emperor will say it for me. Not only will he say it to you, but also to everyone here. The hearts of the people are unpredictable and easy to change. We have to be prepared early. You say it, we listen, we believe. Everyone has a plan in their hearts and will not be easily shaken. Sun Lang slowly nodded, his face expressionless. You're very thoughtful. He stood up and looked around at everyone. Do you still believe me? This was simply nonsense, but there were a lot of nonsense in the world that needed to be asked and answers needed to be answered. Everyone roared. Then, just like in the past, I will arrange, I will command, I will give orders, and you will execute. Sun Lang's tone was calm, but there was great confidence in it. This was not perfunctory, not to blame, and not to deal with. It was the tacit understanding and trust that had been exchanged through countless battles and victories. The invincible reputation in the Great War of Tianyuan, the legend of winning every battle, they had long been used to fighting under the command of Commander of War. He looked at his generals and said resolutely, "The truth has not been found out, so I cannot tell you everything immediately, but listen carefully. Heaven above, with the years, blood, sacrifice, and effort that we have fought together as proof, today, I promise you that this war will still be a war of justice. We will exterminate the remnants of the sky demon and crush the delusions of the ambitious. 30 years later, 40 years later, 50 years later, you will remember this war. You will have no regrets about the choice you made today." Sun Lang said in a low voice, "This is all I can say. Do you have any other opinions?" This was simply not like the speech of a marshal, nor was it like the speech of a superior to win over and appease his subordinates. There were no benefits, and the words were not beautiful. There was no chicken soup at all. But this was very commander of war, very jiaoing. So this was enough. The generals were silent for a moment, then they all laughed and said, "No, this is enough." Although they were very surprised, because the marshal clearly said something about exterminating the remnants of the sky demon. What the f*ck, this was actually true. It was true. If the marshal said so, then it had to be true. In the northern military region, from the commander Jia Ing to the subordinates, they were all non-mainstream. Sun Lang nodded. Since there are no objections, then it is time for the war. The rules will be the same as before. I give the order, you all work. Brace yourselves. Everyone roared in agreement. General Shunsei waved his hand. Okay, then let's get down to business. Motherf *Ker, the 8 characters have not been set yet, and you are already thinking about the beautiful things after winning. Isn't the Emperor not admitting defeat yet? Isn't the Empress not surrendering yet? Calm down, we'll talk about it after we win the battle, understand? The generals responded even louder. The atmosphere became lively again. Sun Lang and Ma Shuying's eyes met. General Shunsei nodded to each other, while Ma Shuying smiled slightly and lowered his head. In this way, the hearts of the people would be more stable. Today, they had already caused trouble once. In the future, if someone wanted to cause trouble again, they would not be able to find an excuse, because everything had already been cleared up. I believe in the hearts of the people, but I believe in power even more. The hearts of the people are easily changed, so power is needed to protect them. The marshal was like a bright moon in the sky, upright and bright, but now he finally understands. Alas, I would rather he not understand. Ma Shuying kept the sigh in his heart. He paid attention to the expressions of the people around him. He believed in the hearts of the people, but he believed in power even more, so he could harden his heart and make a decision. Pongji was gentle, and Android was ruthless. The job of finding the traitor will be left to me. Then, Your Majesty, how many spies have you buried around us? Sun Lang stepped on the chair and shouted in a familiar manner. The most important thing now is the appointment of the Crown Prince today. The Emperor is shrewd and scheming. Everything he does has a purpose. This appointment of the Crown Prince must be like this. There must be a lot of schemes and motives hidden. Although we still don't know what he wants to do, since he has made his move, we have to disrupt his plans." Everyone heard this and couldn't help but feel refreshed. It was the same old formula and the same familiar feeling. This was no doubt the Marshal's way of using troops. They couldn't understand the Sky Demon's tactical purpose? It didn't matter. They just had to rush up and beat him up a few times to observe his reactions and movements. They would understand after a while. They couldn't find the Sky Demon's flaw? It didn't matter. They just had to continue beating him up. They just had to rush back and forth a few times. They would definitely be able to find the opponent's flaw. Then, they would beat him up again and win. This was the Commander of War's self-proclaimed dynamic attack and key strike tactics. Of course, everyone was more willing to call it monkey stealing peach under tortoise fists in private. It was very concise and easy to understand. They could immediately understand the Commander of War's steadiness, accuracy, and ruthlessness in using troops. Now, he was going to throw a mess of tortoise fists at the Emperor. While everyone was looking forward to it, they also felt a little pity for the Emperor. If possible, they hoped to comfort and pacify Ji Zun beforehand. "Don't be afraid, tortoise fists won't kill you. It will only hurt a lot. But you don't have to worry too much because sooner or later, you will have to face the unpredictable monkey stealing peach. At that time, you will understand that tortoise fists are pretty good." Then everyone became excited. In battle, the dynamic attack and key strike tactic was to attack the enemy multiple times and attack the enemy from various tricky angles. It was very tiring, very nerve-wracking, and very exciting. But now, the battlefield was in a temple with surging undercurrents. One of the advantages of surging undercurrents was that there were no surging tides on the surface. In other words, it was a literary battle, not a martial battle. Of course, a literary battle was very important. Everyone was competing in insidiousness, shrewdness, scheming, and verbal attacks. Not only did they not have to fight to the death, but it was also very enjoyable. In other words, it was causing trouble crazily. Although the Empire was big, and although there were many talents, who could beat our Commander of War in terms of thinking of causing trouble and the viciousness of verbal attacks, he would definitely win. He could even buy 3 more melons. So, everyone's enthusiasm was quickly aroused. Because there was a good show to watch again. For a moment, all the men were energized. "Marshal, please give the order. Who will we mess with today?" Sun Leng's body shook, and the aura of a king suddenly spread. He waved his hand and said loudly, "What do you mean by messing with who? Useless. Since I'm here, I naturally want to beat them up. The Emperor has been suppressed by me for so long, and he finally played a good card. Today, I will fan the flames for him. So, little ones, let's attack the gate of heaven." A group of ruffians who wanted to see the world in chaos let out excited cries. Soon, only Princess Pingyang and Zhan Zhao were left in the room. Cat Lady had a strange expression, and her tail was wagging non-stop. "That's it?" At the beginning, when Ma Shuriying made trouble, I thought that the general would not be able to back down. I didn't expect it to end like this. Princess Pingyang hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. "How can it be so easy, Master? You haven't made up your mind yet, right? Ma Shuriying's cooperation can only help you eliminate the hidden danger at hand. The real problem is the problem in your heart." Outside the gate of heaven, a few white-haired old officials took the lead and knelt on the ground, facing the imperial city. They placed their official hats beside their hands, and a group of officials followed behind them. The palace guards looked as if they had eaten **tea. They were very conflicted. Ever since the divine strategist general had returned to the capital, the happiness of the imperial guards had plummeted, especially those who guarded the palace gates. If they ran into this illustrious and meritorious general, they would almost certainly be provoked and harassed. It could be said that ever since his return, not many good things had happened in the imperial city. Just like now. Loyal official Qing Lu is blocking the gate and weeping blood to write a letter. He's even glaring at us. He's even negotiating with us. He wants us to send him a letter. There are even some who are even worse. They actually want us to open the gate for him. Do you see the heaven shaking earth shaking golden hammer in my hand? That's enough. The matter of the crown prince was related to the country's plans and the century-old foundation of the country. When the news spread, not only did the outer court explode, the inner court was even more turbulent. As the palace guards had a unique political sensitivity and sensed the storm before the storm. They all pretended to be deaf and mute, wishing they could become little newbies who didn't know anything. How would they dare to get involved in some stupid matter of asking for the lives of the people? They could only scrupulously abide by their duties, close the gate, and look at the officials kneeling in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. Their hands were sweating. After all, martial arts were prevalent in the Empress Dowager. Most of the officials in the court were martial experts with unique skills. They had fiery temperaments and were unyielding. Now, the officials kneeling outside the palace to ask for an audience with the emperor were all civil officials, so they used the civil officials' method. If the emperor didn't see them, they would kneel outside the palace until the emperor gave in. But what if these civil officials realized that they also had martial arts? What should they do? The palace guards were under great pressure. After all, it was the matter of the crown prince. After all, it was a matter of the foundation of the country. After all, it was related to the dreams, careers, wealth, and lives of countless people. Even a dog's head had to be broken. It was said that memorials were being sent to the office of transmission like snowflakes. The 6 ministries were arguing. In the palace, the 8 immortals were also showing their abilities. From the imperial concubines to the empress, and even the Empress Dowager, they were all alarmed. Perhaps it was even more exciting than the outer court. In such a violent environment, it was not impossible for the civil officials outside the palace to suddenly attack the palace. At that time, should they stop them? Should they attack? Should they kill? No one dared to take this responsibility. If it were assassins who entered the palace to assassinate, of course, they would kill as many as they could. However, the people kneeling were all officials of the court. Looking at their official robes, it was clear that their ranks were not low. The several old fellows at the front were even first and second rank officials. Not to mention their high status and great prestige, just their profound martial arts of returning to the origin and reaching the peak was enough to make these pitiful guards suffer. The pressure was immense. The commander of the guards stood at the top of the wall of the city gate. Looking at the officials kneeling and kowtowing, he frowned. He turned around and paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Should I ask for help from Sir May? If things get out of hand." At this moment, he suddenly heard a guard beside him say in a trembling voice, "Sir, it seems that there is no need." The commander suddenly turned around and said with joy, "What, did those civil officials retreat?" Then his expression became dull. He knew why there was no need. Because the horses were galloping and the cavalry was rumbling. The military merits, with their capes fluttering in the wind, and the armored Sunran, rushed over like a hurricane. After the civil officials, the military generals also ran over to the gate of heaven influence to join in the fun. However, the most despairing one was the person at the front. He was wearing the military robe of a first-rank general. With starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, he was majestic and awe-inspiring. Under the escort of the generals of the court, he rode a top-grade handmade luxury bicycle from the country of acute metal. The commander almost blacked out and fell off the city gate. He shouted, "Quickly send people to the palace to ask for help. Sun Lang is here. Sun Lang is here. Quickly take out the dragon's fury bow and the frightening Qilin crossbow." The guard beside him hurriedly pulled him back. "General, please reconsider." Even if you take out the dragon's fury bow and the frightening Qilin crossbow, you won't be able to stop him. Instead, he will seize the opportunity to act out. Then this matter will be even worse. Sun Lang did not pay attention to the chaos at the top of the city wall. He stepped on the brakes, and the tires screeched on the ground. He stopped beside the officials who were kneeling and begging. Facing the curious and scrutinizing gazes, he revealed a silly smile and waved his hand. "Yo, everyone." He smiled innocently and looked extremely honest. "Are you trying to trick me?" Chapter 1035. The so-called cane was an order given by the emperor to spank the disobedient ministers. The reason was often because the ministers stuck their necks out in front of the emperor. For example, if the emperor yelled that Nagato Daisuke was good, the minister would jump out and say, "Your Majesty, Nagato Yuki's persona is obviously a copy of Rei Ayanami's, so you should be more careful." For example, if the emperor yelled that Nintendo was the #1 game in the world, the minister would jump out and say, "Your Majesty, is a game with 4,399 pixels really that fun? I think you're too childish." Things like that. What was going on? This was a very serious matter. This was denying a person's faith. This was insulting the purest thing in a person's heart. Some people would even mercilessly kill their own mother for the sake of their favorite anime, let alone His Majesty the Emperor. This was a crime punishable by 9 exterminations. But the emperor couldn't kill them, because they were ministers. The imperial court had its own rules. Ministers couldn't casually kiss the emperor, and the emperor couldn't casually kill the minister's entire family. Since the emperor couldn't kill them, then he would beat them up. He would beat them up viciously until they couldn't take care of themselves. In this era where the power of the ministers could restrict the imperial power, the cane was the best method for the emperor to vent his anger, and perhaps the only effective method. But there were always two sides to everything. Human nature was a very complex thing. Those with a flexible mind would often be able to find opportunities to profit from everything, and the cane was no exception. Those loyal ministers who argued in front of the emperor and stood up for the country angered the emperor. They were caned and beaten half to death. Sometimes, they were only able to get up after being bedridden for months. Their bodies were greatly damaged, but people witnessed their courageous actions. Their deeds were spread far and wide, and their spirit inspired the hearts of the people. They received great prestige, and they set an example for all the brave people in the world. They encouraged all the loyal ministers to continue fighting for the well-being of the common people. They became popular, they became heroes and leaders, they gained tremendous political capital, and they won the support of countless fangirls. Some smarter people saw these things. They also wanted to become popular, they also wanted to become heroes and leaders, and they also wanted to have more fangirls. And so, they refined the success factors of being a hero and simplified it into a more straightforward logic. As long as they were caned by the cane, they would become a hero, gain prestige, and have more fangirls. Thus, the technique of deceiving thine staff was born. Therefore, there was no need to consider any substantive issues when submitting a memorial. As long as one scolded the emperor, it was right. As long as one angered the emperor, it was right. Once the emperor was angry, he would flog you. Once you were flogged, everyone would think that you were a good person. This was because there had been many heroes who had used their own blood and heroism to construct a logic in the minds of the people. Loyal officials were unyielding and asked for orders for the people. They angered the nobles, so they were flogged. Then this logic would naturally evolve into something else. Those who were flogged by the court were loyal and unyielding subjects who were pleading for the people. Thus, some people's ambitions were realized. There were many such people in ancient times. Of course, there were many in modern times as well. After all, since ancient times, there had never been a lack of smart people. The civil officials' faces all turned red. Deceiving the crown. How could a civil official be deceived? The old man in the lead glared fiercely at Sun Lang. He had already gone all out to block the gate outside the palace. He wasn't even afraid of the emperor, so why should he be afraid of Sun Lang? He said sternly, "We are pleading for the country. We hope that His Majesty will take back the order for the sake of the country and discuss the appointment of the Crown Prince with capable subjects. This is for the sake of the country and the people. We will not let down the heavens and the people. You juniors, if you are not willing to be loyal to the Emperor, then get out of the way. Don't talk nonsense here." His words were sonorous and powerful, containing an indomitable will. It was admirable. Sun Lang jumped down, kicked off the bicycle stand, and set it aside. Then he quickly walked forward and smiled. "This old man, are you against Jianqing's succession? Then who are you supporting?" The old man's eyes widened in anger. "This old man is wholeheartedly for the sake of the country. With the heavens as my witness, I am not targeting any prince." "This old man means," Sun Lang said coldly, "all the princes are trash. You want to be the general secretary?" Before the old man could receive the crown, he was almost choked to death by General Shent's words outside the gate of heaven influence. He coughed violently and widened his eyes in anger. "TSK? You lazy junior. You are also an important subject of the court with first-class military achievements. How can your words be so frivolous? You don't deserve to be a son." Sun Lang smiled. "Don't mind these details. So, this old man, when the emperor appointed the first prince as the crown prince, you are kneeling outside the palace to protest. Is it because you are questioning the procedure of the appointment of the crown prince, and that it is not in accordance with the basic laws?" The old man frowned. "This old man does not understand what you are talking about." In short, the appointment of the crown prince is very important. It concerns the foundation of the country for 100 years. How can it be decided so easily? His Majesty's actions are too unreasonable. Sun Lang continued to ask, "So, you are the successor of the Empress?" The old man's eyes widened in anger again. "What does that have to do with you?" Sun Lang revealed a big smile, and directly held the old man's hand. He looked as if he had seen a revolutionary comrade, and said in surprise, "As expected. I knew it. Old man, I won't hide it from you. I am also a member of the Empress. We are comrades in arms. Who said that women are inferior to men? The appointment of the crown prince is to appoint the virtuous and not the elder. Her Highness the Empress is extremely talented and has unparalleled talent. If she becomes the new Empress, it will show the enlightened political atmosphere of our dynasty and the progress of equality between men and women." The old man was confused and disoriented by the barrage of nouns. What kind of nonsense is this? "Old man, a woman entering politics is amazing," Sun Lang said sincerely. "This junior has traveled around the world. Which country in the West have I not been to? Haven't you seen Empress Elmo of Germany? She opened the doors of her country to the masses, didn't stick to one style, and respected the diversity of cultures. Society is inclusive, and the hearts of the people yearn for harmony. And then there's Queen Park of the South Caucasus. She's a woman of politics and religion. She doesn't suspect the people she uses. She's completely selfless and selfless. Back when Mr. Jason was streaming live, Miss Mingli was doing her hair. When the MV Sewol sank, Queen Park was also doing her hair. Then there's the governor of Kaikai. He's in the Chow camp, but his heart is in the Han camp. He's in charge of politics, and he works with his heart. He doesn't rely on personal connections, and his administration isn't messy. His style is simple, and he doesn't engage in monetary diplomacy. He's unyielding and unyielding. He doesn't run away when the east wind comes, and he doesn't welcome the imperial army. He's an empress. He spoke passionately about these things. His words were full of conviction, and his eyes were sincere. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He really knows a lot about people outside of politics and the customs of other countries. The old man was taken aback for a moment, and then he sneered, "You're full of nonsense. Although I haven't been in court for a long time, I've still heard of your name. His Majesty has appointed Prince Jianqing as the Crown Prince, and this means that Empress Tensei has completely lost her chance at success. Given the grudge between you and her, you should be the happiest person in the world right now. How dare you try to trick me?" He flicked his sleeves, scram, scram. "I don't care who becomes the Crown Prince, whether it's Prince Jianqing or Empress Tensei. In any case, His Majesty's decision is too hasty and hasty. This matter should be decided by His Majesty and the foreign court. How can a monarch decide on his own? This old man sure has a stubborn temper." Sun Lang wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, "That won't do. Sir, to tell you the truth, I'm thinking the same thing as you. No matter who becomes the Crown Prince, as ministers, we can't blindly give gifts. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Everything must be done according to the basic laws." The old man squinted at him and said coldly, "You're grinning and talking nonsense. Out of 3 sentences, 2.5 are lies. I don't dare to think the same as you, lest I be used as a tool by you." Sun Lang smiled and said, "Sir, you're wrong. I see that you're also a man of martial art. When you're wielding swords and spears, have the swords and spears in your hands ever resisted you?" The old man was startled. "What do you want to do?" Sun Lang grinned. "I just want to show you the highest level of deceit. As a minister of the imperial court, you're a good man. It's too degrading for you to kneel here. I want you to know that ministers shouldn't be afraid of their monarchs. In turn, the monarchs should be afraid of their ministers." Then, he sank his chi into his dantian and roared like a dragon. "The late Emperor's appointed fire sword master, Shinsei General Sun Lang, is here to seek an audience with His Majesty. I'm here to plead for His Majesty. For the sake of the country, I hope that His Majesty will take back the order and discuss the appointment of the Crown Prince with capable ministers." The old man was startled. He felt that something was wrong. Sun Lang's words seemed to be a bit familiar. His eyes lit up and shot out a righteous gaze. Sun Lang's skin was as thick as a city wall. He understood the essence of the doctrine. After using the loudspeaker, he said sternly, "Where are all the civil and military officials? This country is the foundation of the country. Everyone has a responsibility for the country's affairs. You're all paid by the monarch. You should be loyal to the monarch. You should dare to speak and remonstrate for the country and the people. Only by pretending to be deaf and mute and arguing with each other can you achieve anything. If you're a good man, then come with me and beg for orders." The old man understood this time. He said angrily, "You dare to copy my words? You can't say it yourself, so you copy my words to make yourself look good. How shameless!" Sun Lang looked at him and smiled proudly. Then, he looked up to the sky and roared. "The country has nurtured soldiers for hundreds of years. Today is the day that they die for justice." These words were firm and unyielding, indomitable, and just a few words were filled with boundless surging aspirations and fearlessness. What sort of heroic sentiments was this? The old man was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but feel a big blow. This old man can't say those words out loud. When he thought of this, he was instantly discouraged. His momentum was stolen by Sun Lang. He asked doubtfully, "What are you trying to do?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "Swindling the staff." He then raised his arms and shouted, "Go forward! Go forward! Go forward!" Then, he took the lead and strode towards the gate of heaven influence. The guards were so scared that their faces turned ashen. The commander on the city wall gave the order and piled up several bolts and steel locks. If this guy was allowed to rush into the imperial city, this matter would be blown out of proportion. The commander shouted loudly, "General! General, don't be rash. Don't make things difficult for a lowly general." Sun Lang approached step by step. Facing the swords and spears of the guards, he was fearless. He said loudly, "Even if you beat me, scold me, or kill me, don't think of destroying my will to fight. Don't think of destroying my iron-blood loyal heart for the country and the people. Come, come, come. Stab your swords into my chest, and let my hot blood splash on your faces. You will see my heart beating fiercely and play the music of battle." With every step that General Shunsei took, the ground shook. His eyes flashed with a strange light. It was the soul-sucking technique that used his divine sense to fight the enemy. His robe fluttered slightly and his body emitted a rumbling sound like that of a drum. This was the sign of thwart training. His impassioned speech undoubtedly used the superior secret technique of Vajra lion roar. He used his loud voice to shock the enemy and subdue them without a fight. "Come. Come and kill me. I'm right in front of you. I won't resist, I won't resist. I'll just stand here and let you kill me. I'll let you hit me. Come. Oh my God. I want to resign." Sun Lang, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. He seemed to have thought of something and then made a gesture to the back. A group of henchmen understood and immediately scattered to the left and right. Then, one after another, voices rang out again. "Imperial Censor Pongji is willing to follow General Shunsei and beg for orders. For the benefit of the country, life and death. Android of the Bear Army is here. Since ancient times, who has not died? Take the loyal heart. Pan Mei is here." Under the shocked eyes of the imperial guards and civil officials, a group of generals demonstrated the highest level of deceit. Their shameless and serious appearance was really shocking. It was estimated that it would make foreigners extremely shocked. Damn, if the generals were so good at acting, how terrifying would the politicians be? Their voices shook the 9 heavens. It was a response from the crowd. However, the more amazing operation was yet to come. Pan Mei and the others, who had not shouted until now, looked at each other and waited for a moment before speaking. Ma Shuying was the first to shout, "Strong! Strong! Heroes of the country, for the country and for the people, how can I fall behind you? I'm Zhangsun Wuji of Tensei Province. I'm willing to follow General Shunsei to the palace." Yen Song also raised his voice and shouted, "One Quan Fu is here. And I, Qin Qiong. Sima Junshur is here." It was really a scene that made people cry. In front of the supreme national interest, personal grudges were not worth mentioning. Political differences could be put aside. Former enemies could fight side by side. Disagreements in the imperial court were just small matters. Meeting each other with a smile, it was the way of a real man. For the basic law, for the country, for the process and justice, the Royalist Party and the Heavenly Policy faction abandoned their former enmity and gathered under the banner of the General of Divine Strategies. For the sake of the country's interests and the stability of the country, they sent out their strongest voice to the imperial city. It was too exciting, really. Chapter 1036. The Royalists and the Tensei faction were able to put aside their former enmity and discuss important matters together. They gathered together under the great banner of General Sun and protested righteously against the Emperor's random order. It was truly moving. These were all true warriors, much better than the coquettish B***cheese who cheated the scepter. History would remember them. The people would remember them. The sky, the earth, the imperial city, at this moment, everything would record this greatness and record that these people did the right thing at this time and place. It definitely would. I mean, if they couldn't remember, then General Sun would help a little and make the warriors famous. Because a famous spider spirit once said that the higher the martial arts, the greater the responsibility. General Shunsei had the best martial arts in the world, and he had powerful internal energy that shocked both ancient and modern times. His cultivation was so strong that he could even cover the entire imperial city with sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. Since that was the case, he had the responsibility of broadcasting in real time. Because the people had the right to know the truth, the affairs of the imperial court had to be open and transparent. Therefore, the impassioned sound waves shook the entire sky. "Welcome Mr. Zhang Sunwuji to the team of Friends of Justice." He expressed his firm opposition to His Majesty's hasty and random order. Empress Tensei is both talented and handsome, and his merits and abilities are above all the other princes. Why can't he be the crown prince? Lord One is also here. Congratulations to Lord One for taking over the gate of heaven. He said that unless His Majesty takes back the random order and talks about the crown prince, he will kneel outside the palace until he dies. He even carried a coffin here. Ah, this lord is also here. This lord whose name can't be spoken. Even His Majesty has to be wary of him. Could it be that the storm of the crown prince has already caused such a far-reaching impact? Ma Shuriying at the side handed over the name list. It was basically the same as the dwarf's book of hatred. There were many names written on it, and they were all people who had conflicts with Sun Lang or were about to have conflicts with Sun Lang. In short, they were all people who were worthy of turning enemies into friends. Sun Lang picked the ones that were pleasing to his eyes and read them out loud. At this moment, he had transformed into the most loyal brother in the university dormitory. He used all kinds of postures and tones to point out a path for his good friends. After all, it was such a grand event and a great opportunity to gain reputation. How could he forget about his friends? His inner energy was extremely high, already in the realm of endless growth and growth. His vigorous genuine chi sent his righteous voice to every corner of the capital, broadcasting the grand occasion outside the gate of heaven influence in real time. In the various government offices in the capital, as well as the mansions of the various magnates, there were sounds of spitting and cursing one after another. Everyone's reactions were basically the same. At first he thought, that guy went too? Can't sit still anymore? Hiss, why did this old man get involved? What happened? Also, wow, why is everyone heading over there? Should we go and take a look too? Finally, why did I go too? He suddenly came to his senses, stomped his feet and cursed, worrying about personal gains and losses. Lord Wen smashed the teacup in his hand. He flew into a rage. You bastard! Bastard! Heartless man! How dare you impersonate me and slander me? When did I go to the gate of heaven influence? When did I carry a coffin? Rumor! The people sitting below were all his colleagues and students. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Someone said angrily, "You're not a son. Sun Lang's actions will definitely incur public anger. Once his rumor is exposed, he will definitely lose face. As a first-class official of the imperial court, how dare he distort the truth?" Someone else shouted, "Lord Ming, let's go and expose his rumor." When Quan Fu smashed his teacup and cursed a few times, his expression became more and more sinister. He said coldly, "Expose? This 1,000 miles telepathy technique covers the entire capital and is unfathomable. Do you have this kind of skill? Do I have this kind of skill? Even if you want to scold him, can you scold him?" The person who made the suggestion was rebuffed and did not dare to say anything. He thought angrily, "Damn it, if I had that kind of skill, would I still be here waiting for you?" When Quan Fu said coldly, good plan," he said that I went. If I didn't go, he would turn around and say that I was fishing for fame, cowardice, and desertion. If I jumped out and explained that I didn't go, he would ask me why I didn't step forward. No matter what, he's right. As a general of the imperial court, this brat is using the unreasonable methods of a street hooligan. He's a disgrace to the educated and a laughingstock. Everyone nodded in agreement. They also disdained Sun Lang's despicable tricks and criticized him in their hearts. However, his method is indeed effective. Do you have a way to defeat the enemy? When Quan Fu glanced at the people below, he stroked his beard and said coldly, His Majesty's appointment of the Crown Prince is indeed rushed. However, Sun Lang must have ulterior motives for coming out in such a hurry. He talked nonsense and implicated all his colleagues in the imperial court in order to strengthen his momentum and gain benefits. Another person advised, So, Lord Ming, we shouldn't act rashly. Sun Lang wants to wrestle with His Majesty. If we go, we will fall into his trap and become his accomplices. His Majesty will see this and be unhappy, so, even if it would damage his reputation, he could not go. That was what he meant. When Quan Fu glanced at him and slowly shook his head. At such a time of crisis, His Majesty needs officials who can share his burden, not officials who only know how to protect themselves. If we hide in our mansions and let Sun Lang jump up and down outside the imperial city, His Majesty will be even more unhappy if he knows that we can't do anything. So, we must go. His gaze was stern as he said, Sun Lang is using such despicable means to stir up trouble and profit from it. As sincere gentlemen and loyal subjects, we must thwart his scheme. Everyone was moved by his passion and loyalty. They all knelt down and were willing to go with Lord Ming. When Quan Fu said coldly, Don't be fooled by Sun Lang jumping up and down happily. By doing this, he is pushing himself into the teeth of the storm and giving His Majesty an excuse and opportunity to deal with him. He wants to gain benefits from the fire. I will add a few more pieces of firewood for him to make the fire burn brighter. The door of the Wen family mansion opened and a group of people left in a mighty manner. In various parts of the imperial city, officials of all levels thought about it and many of them also set off. Outside the gate of heaven influence, it gradually became lively. General Shinsei was still shouting over there. The appointment of the Crown Prince is not only an important matter outside the imperial court, but also an internal affair of the imperial family. Now that His Majesty is making a mess, where is the imperial clan court? Where are the princes? Someone come. Why aren't you going to invite the Empress, the first prince, the other princes, and the other princes here? The old man who had brought people to kneel outside the imperial city was stunned by Sun Lang's series of actions. He could not help but admire and marvel at the godly player. At this moment, he suddenly shuddered and did not care about kneeling anymore. He directly rushed over and grabbed Sun Lang. What are you doing? Sun Lang blinked and smiled. I'm trying to trick you. Trick your head. The old man was flustered and exasperated. Gathering all the officials, the imperial family, and the relatives outside the palace for a meeting. Do you want to preside over the meeting yourself? What position do you have in the emperor? Sun Lang smiled. I was also inspired by you. The old man pointed at Sun Lang with trembling fingers and could not say a word. He was like Wang Situ who had been verbally abused in front of two armies. His Majesty will not believe you. Sun Lang yawned. I don't expect him to believe me either. While they were arguing, a few more groups of people arrived. They looked at Sun Lang with unfriendly gazes. They were obviously the officials who had been called by Sun Lang and were forced to participate in the protest. One could imagine the feeling in their hearts. Sun Lang cupped his hands and bowed to them. He laughed and said, Gentlemen, why are you so late? He acted as if nothing had happened. The most shameless person in the world was none other than him. These people were all on the book of hatred. They were not on good terms with Sun Lang, or there was a natural conflict between their standpoints. In short, they were the type who would fight even if they did not offend him. Some of them looked at Sun Lang and sneered. Some of them stared fiercely at General Shinsei. Some of them looked on coldly, wanting to see what medicine this brat was selling in his gourd. More and more people gathered here. Officials were constantly arriving. Their ranks were also getting higher and higher. Some of them had been called by Sun Lang and were disgusted, but they had no choice but to come. Another group had heard that so many officials were participating in the meeting. They followed the principle that the law could not punish the masses and came over to follow the trend. There was also a group of people who came to see what Sun Lang was selling. The atmosphere outside the gate of heaven influence became more and more strange. Originally, the emperor had abruptly appointed the crown prince. He didn't discuss with the martial arts hall, didn't recommend outside the imperial court, and didn't even communicate with the inner palace and the royal clan. Instead, he directly threw out the imperial edict to appoint the eldest prince as the crown prince. Such an action was undoubtedly earth-shaking to the huge and traditional Hutu kingdom. Even the first-rank officials in the imperial court were shocked by this news. Everyone couldn't figure out the emperor's plan and couldn't figure out the emperor's plan. Just when they were dumbfounded, the brave divine strategy general jumped out to stir up trouble. Of course, he had to roar and support the emperor. With this master as the vanguard to go against the emperor, everyone could watch from the back and figure out what was going on. It was naturally excellent that someone was leading the charge. Sun Lang cupped his hands and bowed to the crowd, but everyone avoided him and rarely came up to greet him. He observed the crowd for a moment and tilted his head to ask, "Who from the royal family is here?" Yen Song and the others looked around and shook their heads. "There is no one from the Tensei province. No one from the crown prince's side came either. There is no one from the other princes or the royal family." Sun Lang smiled and said, "Let Zhongshuan Zai enter." Everyone understood and passed the message down. A moment later there was a commotion from the back. King Zhongshuan, who had not been seen for a long time, walked over with his sword in hand and a stern expression. The surrounding guards cleared a path for him as he walked over. There was a low murmur in the crowd. During the battle for the crown prince's position, the Tensei province had closed its doors to all guests. The crown prince had shrunk his head and refused to come out. The royal family in the capital, whether they were idle rice worms or nobles with real power, were all nowhere to be seen. At such a crucial and delicate moment, King Zhongshuan, as the emperor's crown prince, actually dared to appear in such an occasion. King Zhongshuan walked all the way to Sun Lang and bowed. "Greetings, Grand General." Sun Lang smiled and helped him up. Patting his arm, he said with a gratified smile, "When His Majesty chose the crown prince, the royal family kept quiet. Empress Tensei, as the pillar of the nation, shut his doors and refused to come out. The crown prince played it safe and made a fortune in silence. Everyone else pretended to be deaf and mute, deceiving themselves and others. Only you stepped forward bravely. This is the responsibility of a member of the royal family." King Zhongshuan said softly, "Marshal, you praise me too much. You once said that as long as it is something beneficial to the nation, one should step forward and do it. This humble prince is merely carrying out your teachings." The two looked at each other and laughed. The acting was very convincing. Only their eyes revealed their true intentions and thoughts. King Zhongshuan's eyes flickered with pleasure, viciousness, and a little bit of ambition. He had been utterly defeated by Sun Lang in Summer Province, and after returning to the capital in a sorry state, he had been reprimanded and abandoned by his father. The so-called atonement for his crimes through meritorious service was nothing more than recycling trash. He had long been abandoned. After understanding this, his heart was filled with hatred and murderous intent. He longed for revenge, wanted to take revenge on everything. So he was willing to cooperate with Sun Lang and even work for him. He wanted to see the two people he hated taste the pain and despair he had experienced. Just like now. The emperor's choice of the crown prince signified that Empress Tensei's ambitions and schemes had been shattered. King Zhongshuan could faintly sense that his proud sister seemed to have lost his father's favor. This was truly wonderful. But there was something even more wonderful. As a prince, he had his own ambitions. Especially since Empress Tensei had not given birth to a son, the royal family had no legitimate son. Then the matter of the crown prince, whether to choose the elder or the virtuous, could be fought over. He also had this ambition, and he also had a little hope. If I cooperate with Sun Lang, listen to his orders, be at his beck and call, perhaps I can obtain even more things. Not only revenge, but perhaps something I once dreamed of. With this thought, King Zhongshuan's smile grew even more humble and friendly. He was not daydreaming. The emperor's choice of the crown prince signified that Empress had lost his chance. This was undoubtedly in Sun Lang's interest. He could simply sit on the sidelines and watch the court fight, watch Empress slowly lose power, and then seize the opportunity to strike decisively and seize even more benefits for himself. He could have done so. But he had jumped out. This meant that he did not like the crown prince, nor did he want the crown prince to be emperor. Since that was the case, wasn't it obvious who would be the crown prince? As long as I am obedient and cooperative enough, someone would have to be emperor. King Zhongshuan felt his heartbeat quicken. He saw an opportunity. Just then, amidst the clamor, the palace gates opened. An unfamiliar eunuch, surrounded by imperial guards, walked out and sternly said, "His Majesty has spoken. All of you ministers are to gather outside the gate of heaven influence and shout at the imperial city. Do you want to rebel?" Normally, when these words were spoken, the ministers would kneel on the ground and shout, "This humble subject dares not," and so on. But this time, the leader was General Shinsei, a strange man who did not walk the usual path. Chapter 1037. The eunuch in this room had just picked up his tone. "Do you want to rebel?" This sentence was even more twisted, full of majesty and power. Eunuchs were the best people in the world at borrowing the majesty of the tiger. Their status was low, and they were only servants of the emperor. Moreover, they were missing a part of their body, which was not tolerated by the eyes of the world. Therefore, they were extremely inferior. Especially the civil and military officials who served in the court, because of their status, never looked them in the eye. They had resentment in their hearts but had nowhere to vent it, so they were always very angry. The only way to vent their anger was to do shady business like passing down imperial edict, because that was acting on behalf of the emperor's authority. Through their own mouths, they conveyed the will of the emperor. At that moment, the power of the imperial power was projected from their bodies, affecting the people high up in the air. Those important people who were usually insufferably arrogant had to obediently kneel down, trembling with fear, without their usual arrogance. It was only at this time that the eunuchs felt comfortable and relieved. Even if you were usually arrogant in front of the imperial power, didn't you have to kneel down like the miscellaneous people? This was probably the mentality. Humans were always hurting each other. Just like now, this eunuch was acting on behalf of the emperor's edict, going out of the palace gate to berate the officials. His heart was trembling, and he was very excited, because very soon, these high-ranking officials outside would all kneel down and tremble with fear. Because for an official, "Do you want to rebel?" was already the highest level of questioning and denial. This was questioning the ultimate character of an official. He was already impatient, but the expected kneeling and shouting in fear did not happen. The officials outside the palace subconsciously turned their heads and looked at one person. Then, a thunderous roar exploded in this place. Bullshit! The sound wave roared out like a tiger's roar, setting off a gust of wind that blew toward the palace people who were on guard. Did the emperor ask you to come out just to say this kind of nonsense? The eunuch opened his mouth wide. This was different from the script. Before he could come back to his senses, he heard the voice continue to roar, "Rebel? We have performed meritorious service in Tianyuan, guarding the country and experiencing countless bloody battles to protect the Li family. Today we are not doing this for personal gain, but for the common good of the world and the country. We have gathered outside the gate of heaven bearing, disregarding our personal honor and disgrace, and urged His Majesty to think thrice before acting. We only requested to meet with His Majesty so that he could discuss the important matters of the country." Who would have thought that His Majesty would make all sorts of excuses, and would even send a servant to berate the ministers of the country, and casually give them the order of rebellion, which has chilled the hearts of our brothers. The eunuchs who worked in the palace either flattered and fawned in front of the emperor or their superiors, or bullied their colleagues and subordinates in all kinds of ways. They had never seen such a reasonable and imposing mouth cannon. This was the loss of being uncultured. The eunuch opened his mouth and said, "How? How dare you?" The Shunsei general was seething with anger. "Son of Ab*tch, you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me, I'll F*king kill you." He raised his hand, the invisible chi energy was like a dragon's roar, the abundant murderous intent pulled the longbow fully. Right at this moment, behind him, Shan Xiongxin and Lu Haida pounced forward together. Each of them pulled the general's arm and shouted, "Marshal, calm down! Marshal, calm down! It's not worth getting angry over this eunuch." The eunuch had just faced Sun Lang directly, and even if only 1/10 of the terrifying murderous intent forged in the bloody battle in the great desolate mountain was revealed, it was already too heavy for his little friend's life to bear. He was so shocked that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. He even felt an urge to pee and muttered, "Rebel, rebel." He was just about to scream for the imperial guards to protect him and retreat, but who knew that the opposite side would shout again. The Shunsei general broke free from the two well-intentioned passers-by and shouted while holding his chest, "I'm in so much pain. Wholeheartedly for the country, I courageously remonstrated with the emperor, disregarding personal honor and disgrace, and I didn't expect that I would end up like this." His Majesty didn't care and sent a eunuch out, saying that I, Sun Lang, want to rebel. Rebel. This is a rebellion. My colleagues, pat your conscience and tell me, do I, Sun Lang, look like someone who wants to rebel? The eunuch was stunned. How could you be more wrong than me? Sun Lang was heartbroken, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Fine, fine, I shouldn't have come back. Now that the world is at peace, His Majesty doesn't need us martial artists anymore. Tianyuan's turbulence has disappeared, so it's better to go back, better to go back. Since His Majesty suspects that I want to rebel, then I'll resign from all my positions and military power, and retire to my hometown. I won't care about worldly affairs, and I'll play with my grandchildren, and enjoy the rest of my life with my wives. The ministers present were stunned at first, and then they were so angry that they almost laughed out loud. How long has it been since you returned to the capital? What position and military power do you have? Resign my ass. At this moment, King Zhongshuan appeared, and he cried out, full of grief and anger. You mustn't, you mustn't. General, the Empire can't do without you. Sun Lang sighed, and said in a bleak voice, No, forgetting heroes is a trait of a great country. Our time has passed, and us old fellows shouldn't stay in the court and annoy His Majesty. We should leave as soon as possible, lest we be labeled as rebels. The other generals also looked sad, and Pongji said loudly, Marshal, please reconsider. If you leave, the conscience of the court will be gone. There will be no justice or justice in the court. Bullshit. Sun Lang went missing for 2 years, so what's the meaning of this, Pongji, huh? Android, on the other hand, shook his head like a lion, looking at the conflicted ministers and roaring, My colleagues! The general wants to retire. Aren't you going to persuade him? Don't tell me you want the marshal to resign? Do you have the heart to let the marshal charge into the enemy lines himself? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.